Canon 31, the Book of Enoch Henok, the Book of Remembrance, verses 19 to 25. Noahndakan, verses 41 to 107. Prophecies of Enoch in a symbolic speech, verses 108 to 170. History of the Extraterrestrials, verses 171 to 264. Further prophecies, verses 265 to 546. Enoch's teachings and the doctrine of wisdom, Proverbs, verses 547 to 578. Revelation of YHWH about Semjasa and his followers, origin of the present human races, verses 579 to 991. Visions of Enoch, verses 992 to 1400. Further visions of Enoch, the wise one with the head of days and the guilty ones.
In the name of creation, the wise, the just. Praise be unto creation, which is remembrance. And the prophet proclaimeth the speech of remembrance of the YHWH, that earth men may know the past.
This is the book of the word of truth, which is revealed to you as teaching of wisdom, and also as remembrance and way showing for your life, so that you carry no anxiety in your breast if you are one of the righteous. However, that you let yourself be admonished to change to become righteous if you are one of the unrighteous. Follow that which is given to you by your prophet, and also follow that which is sent down to you by the YHWH and by his helpers. Follow the wisdom of your prophet, and also follow the wisdom of the YHWH, and follow your truthful spirit leaders, so you do not follow false protectors of lying and deceit. Many cities and many nations and much human life have been destroyed, since times of old, due to the guilt of false protectors and false prophets, as already also long before the time of Noahndakan, who lived in wisdom and erected the ark, and survived evil destruction with his kin and all servants and animals. Truly, punishment came over earth mankind manifold and often, yet only because they fled from wisdom and the truth, the love and the knowledge, so that they created and burdened themselves with punishment. Earth man hath cursed against himself, and hath created for himself suffering and burdens and disgrace, guilt and lack and misery. And they also have lived in murder and fire and destruction. For due to their flight from truth, wisdom, love, and the knowledge, they fell into the dark gorge of damnation. Since times of old you didst commit injustice in all things, and you knowest this very well. Yet therefore you feign false prayers of forgiveness to your false god and to your idols, and believe that thereby you are forgiven. Which however is not so, if you continuous to live in corruption and erroneous belief. Therefore, abandon your false belief, your sectarianism, and your selfish thinking, in which you are imprisoned, and in which everyone is the other one's enemy. Truly, to you men of earth, your world is given you as a place of life, where you are furnished provisions, where you shall live and die, where you spend the time of death, and where you are brought forth in reincarnation. Therefore, live in righteousness and change yourself to the life of life. But you are like this, if you committest an act of disgrace since times of old, that you say,
We found our old ones doing such, and our creation hath commanded us so.
Yet truly, creation never commandeth acts of disgrace, and as the old ones have committed acts of disgrace, then this doeth not have to be with the descendants also. But you knowingly act wrong like the old ones, because you mislead yourself in that you befriend devilish fools, but exclude creation and its laws and commandments. Truly, the creative laws and commandments do not exclude the small and great joys of life, but only the disgraces which are committed openly or secretly in all manners of injustice. Everything shall be cleared away, which may be of grossness in the thinking of men, and through them shall flow streams of love and of peace. So they will speak that all praise shall be unto creation, which hath led them thereto. And truly, man findeth not enough guidance within himself, if creation itself through its laws and commandments were not guiding, but as the wise ones are also guiding, who are the YHWH and the prophet. And verily, the YHWH and the prophet have actually always brought only the truth, and have called thus,
Man of earth, the truth is that you preparest heaven and hell for yourself, and that heaven and hell are given to you as an inheritance of your thinking and acting as recompense, depending on how you thinkest and actest.
Noahndakan was a prophet of the YHWH, and sent among the people of earth to testify to the truth, that no other creation existeth besides creation. Yet man of earth ridiculed him, and therefore, due to their own guilt and absurdity, they had to atone in the number of millions, because they excluded themselves from the ark and drowned in the wild waters. The scorners and heads of the people babbled to Noahndakan that he is in notorious error and confused in his speaking and thinking. But Noahndakan said that he is bringing a message from the YHWH and sincere advice, that there will be a great flood of waters for many weeks, caused by a wandering star, which often already had brought disaster. But the people did not want to listen to Noahndakan, and also did not want to know the truth about the wandering star. Therefore, they did not follow the advice to leave the endangered land, or to erect arks like Noahndakan did. And Noahndakan warned the people and said,
Were you not surprised that a warning has come from the JHWH of earth through a man from your midst, so that you are warned and become righteous, and that you find deliverance?
However, the scorners and rulers accused Noahndakan of falsity. So he fled from them and rescued himself and his kin in the ark, just before the wild waters broke loose and drowned the scorners and all people. Truly, Noahndakan's people were a blind people, but of the same blindness all generations of men of the earth suffer today, and the prophet again mourneth about the blindness of his people. Verily, only those are acting justly who follow the word of truth of the YHWH, and also those who follow the words of truth and wisdom of the prophet, who in his true love is an immaculate one. And the prophet of truth is with you one last time, men of earth, and he is also the same prophet, who was with you heretofore, as you can find him mentioned in the scriptures of the ancestors of your old ones, as in the epics of Uruk-gat and in the Upanishads, but also in the signs of the Tutankhamun, in the Old Torah, and in the Quran, and in the Gospel, and in other scriptures. The prophet, who is your prophet, and who is the prophet of the new age? He, man of earth, took all misery of suffering upon himself in true love to instruct you about the just and the unjust, so you can free yourself from burdens and fetters, which weigh heavily upon you and oppress you. Men of earth, but you durst not honor and strengthen and help your prophet, and also you durst not accept the advice of his wisdom and teaching, as you have done in your previous life, and as your old ones did also. O mankind, truly, the prophet is teaching wisdom and life unto you, as he hath done heretofore for all times, yet today, like then, he is persecuted, scorned, and accused of falsity by the fools who are the unrighteous. But let yourself be taught, because thereby alone you attainest to true life, and also only thereby dost you prevent the threatening desolation caused by yourself and the manifold dying on your world. Verily, man of earth, if you followest not the truth of the prophet, you condemnest yourself to erring. Then no leader existeth for you who showeth the way of life unto you. Already the old ones and you in former lives didst not look to the kingdom of the heavens and the earth, and to all things which are created by creation. So you didst not see that your span of life rapidly approached the end, as you also seest it not today. But ask not when your hour will be, because you knowest that the prophet is apprised thereof. For as you are still offenders, The truth cannot be handed to you, even if erroneously you thinkest you hast a right thereto. However, as ignorant ones you have not this right, only you doest not want to know this truth. And verily, it was revealed to you in former lives, and also to your old ones, that you alone have the power to benefit or to harm yourself. Therefore, you also have to find the truth of the hidden in everything and matter. Truly, every man createth the bounty of good for himself, but also the measure of evil of all kinds, and he also is his own warner and bringer of all fate which befalleth him. Man is human, and also not higher and not lower than such. Therefore no man standeth above another. So neither the master above him he presideth over, nor the king above the poor. But if you settest man and idols above you, then you passest yourself into slavery to the likes of you, or to dead matter. But if you still callest upon and worshippest those whom you placest over yourself, then you are deluded. For never ever will you receive help from those you worship, as you hast not received help formerly in other lives, and as also hath happened to your old ones. Yet be fools, jesters and weak-minded, and call upon your gods and idols and superiors and priests. Yet truly they are not able to help you, neither can they help themselves. For they are offenders and unrighteous like you, who also cannot help themselves. Truly, only in the laws and commandments is found forbearance and kindness. Therefore, turn away from ignorance, man of earth, and walk in the use of wisdom. Displeasure, evil, and injustice weigh on man of earth since times of old already, and this was already so heretofore, when the first prophet was on earth, who was called Henok. And Henok did his duty among the generations of men of earth, yet he was mocked by fools, the same as the prophet of the new age. But Henok was born as earth human, and was prophet 9,308 years before the time of the prophet Emmanuel, and thus 11,245 years before the prophet of the new age. And although he was earth human due to birth on earth, but his origin, meantime, was on Lasan, which is a world very far from the earth. Hence, this meaneth that Henok was a traveller from afar from the depths of the universe, but who was wise and knowing and able in truth, and who also was full of love and of sense of duty. So he took suffering and misery upon himself, and worked as prophet on earth. And much of the history is written in scriptures and books of earthmen, yet many things are falsified, so that the truth is much lacking. But the words of blessings of Henok are written down somewhere else, so they shall be instruction to man of earth in remembrance, and so that man of earth may remember the truth and change. Therefore the YHWH reporteth about the words of remembrance, which are given through Henok and others, and which are of much instruction. Thus these are the words of blessings of Henok, wherewith he blessed the righteous and wise, and who will survive without affliction at the day of dying, and who will be far away from the anxiety and fear of the evil ones and unrighteous. And Henok was a righteous man, and thus his eyes were opened in wisdom. So he saw things which the watcher angels of the YHWH showed unto him, and from whom he heard and knew and understood everything that he saw. And Henok was lifted up by the watchers of the YHWH. So they brought Henok unto him, where he was taught for a long time about what was coming to the generations of men of earth. But also Henok was seeing in visions the events of time into the future, wherein he also taught the people of earth, and therefore he spoke.
Everything which I saw and heard fell into my mind, and also I understood and knew everything which was given, said, and revealed unto me. But what I saw was not for this generation of man, but for the distant generations of the future, who will come. Truly, about the righteous and about the unrighteous I spoke to the wise ones of the YHWH, and with the great ones, and also with the YHWH. who is the YHWH of earth and the earthly generations of men, and who is a traveler from afar from the universe. And the YHWH and his helpers live at a place unknown to earth, from where he watcheth over the earth and the generations of men, and from where he or his watchers also appear in the singing light, thus floating through the air. And also coming from that place, the YHWH appeareth alone, floating through the air or with his armies, and also in the full power of his might, and covering the sky with the radiating ships of light, which are without sail, but fly through the air singing. And as man today is fearful thereof, as also about that which I have seen and heard, so the people of the coming distant time will also be anxious and fearful. And verily, all will be fearful in the distant time, and also the watchers will tremble in the new YHWH of the coming time, for much disaster will fall upon the world caused by earth-man, and also great fear and trembling will grip the people everywhere unto the ends of the earth. And the high exalted mountains will be shaken and be hurled down, and the high hills will sink to become plains, flat like melting honey before the flame of fire. The earth will sink into itself and everything which is on the earth also. Life will perish because there will be a judgment over everything which liveth, and also judgment will be over the unrighteous as also over the righteous, produced and created by man himself, who in hard consequential chain determineth destruction for himself and his world in succession of many millennia, and already beginning at my time. Verily, but the destruction will create peace for the righteous, and a great number of them will remain protected, because of the righteous will truly only be few, but who will be protected by the wise counsel of the true prophet, if the righteous lend them their ear at the distant coming new age. The righteous will be chosen ones, yet through wisdom they will make themselves to chosen ones. So grace will hold sway over them when the death suns, ignited by human hands, will glow in the most glaring fire, if a stop will not yet be ordered due to reason and due to the wise teachings of the prophets of the passing times. But only few righteous will fare well, if the instructions of the prophets will be ridiculed, and verily only few will survive the fires of the death suns. To the surviving, however, shines the light of love and wisdom, as they will be blessed. Likewise the unrighteous will crumble into ashes by the embers of the fire. And see, justice cometh with myriad-fold force to hold judgment and self-created punishment over earth-man, whereby through their own offense all unrighteous will be annihilated who were fools and have mocked creation. Their self-created punishment will rightfully come over them, which will burn their flesh while alive, if a stop is not ordered due to reason and the turning and changing to truth and to creation. The wicked human being, due to his own offense, will be punished with deadly fire, which he createth himself in deadly delusion from the minerals of life. So I saw the events of time in the distant future, and so also it will be fulfilled, if there is no reversal and turning away from evil to good. Therefore man shall be admonished and warned for this and all coming times, that he shall walk the way of righteousness, before the deadly destruction of irreversibility breaketh down over him. Verily I have seen all things about earth, of the universe and about men, and also I have acquired all things about life and the laws and commandments. I have seen everything which occurreth in the sky, the lights which are stars in the sky at night, and as they do not change their course in a short time, but only in thousands and millions of years. Verily, I have seen that the stars are suns and planets, as our sun is also during the day, and also the moon of the night. Verily, I saw as they rose in the sky in the land of the morning, and also how they set far behind the horizon in the land of the evening, exactly according to their order, and every star at its time, true to the laws and without breaking them. And I saw the earth as an uneven sphere, like all other stars, which are spheres yet not quite spheres, therefore they are in between the shape of an egg and a sphere. And also I saw the paths of the stars around their suns, and also the moons which circle around the planets, which have their paths like that of an elongated shape of an egg, which is laid by the feathered ones. Therefore, man, like me, look at your earth, and also notice everything which occurs on it, by day and by night, and from the first to the last, as every work of creation appeareth. Open your eyes and see the summer and the winter. See the growing fruits and the grain and the clouds and the dew and the rain, and also see the snow in winter, how it lieth like a white mantle on the mountains and on the land. But I also saw other things than what presently is visible to the eye of man, and what I saw was the time of another time which is yet to come. Thus I saw pictures and occurrences, which showed me how all trees were desecrated, and looked as if they were withered, and all their leaves had fallen off, except for 14 trees which did not shed their leaves and kept their leaves for 3 years until the new leaves sprouted. And again I observed the days of summer, and I notice above the sun and also opposite from it another sun, but it was created by man's hand from the minerals of life. And the sun concealed many deaths within itself, and spread them over all the land and over the waters and in the air. And the people sought cool places and shade from the burning of this man-made sun, yet only few could save themselves, and many were mutilated. The earth burned in the glowing heat of the man-made sun, and the people could not step on the earth and not on a rock, because the burning was severe like the liquid earth of a volcano. But the people also could not cool themselves in the waters of the oceans and lakes and rivers, because the waters boiled and evaporated, so the waters rose as thick fog and baled together in heavy dark clouds. But the deadly man-made sun emitted invisible power of death, which mixed with the clouds and also with fine dust, which floated in the air and darkened the light of the sun. And the clouds, impregnated with the death power, let fall down their death rain on all the land and waters of the earth, and therefore the skin of the people burned from the rain, and this also happened to the animals and all plants, and whatever was affected succumbed to death or to mutilation. But I observed further, seeing how the trees newly covered themselves with the green of leaves and newly bore fruit. I also saw that the people who survived were changed and prayed to creation, because they had recognized to regard everything and to esteem creation, which hath made all life, and which liveth eternally. And men recognized the works of creation, which existed to the full extent long before man, and which newly arise every year at its time. And man also recognized that the works of creation do not change, but that they remain as creation hath created them by its laws and commandments and by its order, that everything occurreth eternally in the uniformity of determination. See, therefore, you human beings, see how the rivers and lakes and the oceans and the smallest watercourse always accomplish their common business together. Yet what are you human beings doing? You seest not and hearest not, and you have not endured, and you also have not fulfilled the laws and commandments of creation, and not obeyed its order. You have violated all determinations of creation, and with haughty words from your unclean mouth, you blasphemingly have slandered the greatness of creation. Verily, your doing and thinking and acting is an offense to life and to creation, for you are hard-hearted, and will find no peace for a long time, which will be for many thousands of years. And do not think that you dost not have to atone for your offenses, because you would die of death anyway, because as you err in your own foolishness, so you also err therein. Verily, life hath not been lived when you diest of death, for again and again, after death, you will awaken to new life and newly have an existence on earth, often and irresistibly, and no human being exists who could avoid this. Therefore, you will live again after death, always and always again, so you will be the old ones of yourself in future coming lives. Therefore you will endure self-created punishment in coming times for your acts of disgrace of previous lives. And as this is so, you will therefore curse your days of disgraceful life, which you now and in coming times will lead, and that for you at the hour of disaster, the past and present will exist. And as you are uninstructable, the years of life for you vanish, and the damnation for you will be great, and also you will find no mercy. And verily, in distant coming times, your own judgment will overtake you, as you must hand over your own fictitious and brittle peace to famish in your own curse as self-accursed unrighteous ones. But verily, for the righteous will be joy, love, light, and peace, and they will inherit the world and form it anew when you has been snatched away by your own curse of damnation. And the elect will acquire more wisdom than ever before, and they will all live and not surrender to unrighteousness again, neither due to carelessness nor due to bravado, but they will be knowledgeable ones, who have great wisdom and who in respectful joy will fulfill the laws and commandments and the order of creation. And they will no longer punish themselves of their own power throughout their life, as you art still doing and will be doing for many thousands of years. And also they will not die any more by murderer hands and judgments, by plagues and raging judgments and wars and jealously and other evils, like you will still do for many thousands of years. Human beings of the distant future will complete the number of their days and years of life up to the last hour, and also will grow old in peace, and also the years of their happiness will be many, in long-lasting bliss, and in love for their entire life. And unto me, Henok, is given the knowledge about the truth of the future and the past, and also about the events regarding the generations of men of earth. Therefore I was educated about these things by the YHWH and by his watcher angels, that I may instruct the people on earth, so they shall know about the place of origin of their species.
And man created from out of his earth, from the minutest life of plants and animals, but therefore not in commonality with an animal or with plants, hence of his own kind and species. And it happened in those days, after the people of earth had multiplied, that the sons and daughters of the heavens came to earth, who were the travellers from afar from the depths of the universe. Mankind in those days were still wild and unruly, yet they possessed beauty to a great extent, the women as also the men. And the sons and daughters of the heavens saw the beauty of mankind of earth, therefore they lusted for them, and they counselled among themselves, and said,
Well then, we will select husbands and wives for us from among mankind of this world, and with them procreate descendants and found our own nations.
But this doing was against the regulation of the YHWH, who was the highest leader of the travellers from afar from the depths of the universe. And the highest leader, the YHWH, had sub-leaders who were his representatives among the sons and daughters of the heavens, who were like watchers and called watcher angels. But among them was Semjasa, the highest leader of the sub-leaders, who was responsible to the YHWH, and therefore he spoke to the sons and daughters of the heavens when he became aware of the intent of theirs.
Well, I see her. You are not willing to carry out your deed and to shoulder the threatening punishment for it, for you know very well that such doing is forbidden by the YHWH. Therefore I alone would have to endure the punishment.
But all answered and said,
All of us will do an oath of alliance and obligate ourselves among each other thereby, not to abandon our intent and to carry this out and to keep silence about it, that the YHWH does not learn about it.
Therefore they all swore and obligated themselves among each other, and forthwith they departed secretly at a number of 200, and flew with one singing light to the peak of a mountain. And as they had landed on the peak of the mountain, they swore a second time the oath of the dark covenant, and they also called the mountain of the oath in their language Arges, which means oath mountain. And among the 200, the highest of the sub-leaders was Semjasa, and thus among all of them were also lower sub-leaders, who were called by name Noahndakan, Ezekiel, Daniel, Urachbaramil, Arjasa, Lunera, Achbeel, Tamjela, Tamgel, Ramiwela, Asaela, Asael, Batrala, Armas, Sarakajal, Arazjal, Turela, Jomael, Sartael, Satanon, Samsafel, Satana, Zakebel, Largissa, and Tergel. Therefore, the daughters and sons of the heavens took for themselves husbands and wives from mankind of earth, and the daughters selected a husband for themselves, and every son selected a wife for himself, and then they began to go into them in undisciplined mixing. And the sons and daughters of the heavens taught their unjustly taken human beings of earth in all types of handicrafts and of thinking, and they made them familiar with the cutting of roots and diverse fruits and plants, and also with wood. But the time came when the women of the human beings of earth became pregnant from the sons of the heavens, and also were impregnated the daughters of the heavens by the men of mankind of earth. But it happened that the human beings of earth were of a different type than the sons and daughters of the heavens. Therefore they gave birth to offspring who were different than they. And they gave birth to offspring who grew up fast and were taller than mankind of earth, and also taller than the sons and daughters of the heavens. For the offspring grew up to giants, who measured in height 33 feet, which is 30 ells. But of the descendants were many, and after a few generations they grew to a large nation. And the new nation increased, and it also was wild and unruly like mankind of earth, from whom they all had descended. And as the new nation was great in number of people, and they also were big eaters, they consumed all the provisions of mankind of earth, and soon a nationwide starvation ensued. But the starvation became greater, so the human beings soon were not able to nourish the giants anymore. Then the giants turned against mankind of earth, and also against the sons and daughters of the heavens, from whom they had descended. And the giants declared war against mankind of earth, and the daughters and sons of the heavens, and took them prisoner, butchered and devoured them. But many human beings of earth, and also many sons and daughters of the heavens, fled, and were seen no more, and not pursued by the giants any longer, who steadily grew in malice and increased in savagery. And when the giants could not find the human beings of earth and the sons and daughters of the heavens any more, they began to disgrace all animals which moved. They also slept with the animals, the birds, the land animals, and the fish of the waters also, but they also killed them and devoured them among themselves, so they had nourishment of the flesh and also drank the blood. So thereby the evil was created on earth, unrighteousness and war, lying and bloodshed and all other evil, which exists among the human beings of earth. But the giants lived a long time on earth before they fell into infertility and died out. Mankind of earth had escaped into distant lands, and with them were the sons and daughters of the heavens. But they were all caught in the event, which was caused by the giants, who were their descendants and descendants of the descendants. And henceforth the sons and daughters of the heavens and the human beings of earth lived together, and thus they were like the giants, namely evil and characterized by all evil. Thus they also lived wild like the rushing of the wind, and also degenerated like the mighty roaring of the storm, wherefore it is said that they lived riotously in rushing and roaring. But as they lived in this manner among themselves, they behaved also to others who were strangers to them, so they seduced them to do evil and also warred against them. But at the time of their trespass, the sons and daughters of the heavens were banished by the YHWH and his people, so they could not return to their own kind, wherefore they remained among mankind of earth, among whom they lived longer in age than these, because their time of a completed life was 2,000 years. And mankind of earth was instructed by the sons and daughters of the heavens in all types of handicrafts and in many other things, as also in good and in evil. But the grasping of evil was always greater, so that it spread, as it was borne by the giants, which were procreated in prohibition. Therefore the human beings of earth learned from the sons and daughters of the heavens, and they also were teachable students. And Asasel taught the human beings to forge swords, and also knives and coats of mail and shields for warfare and for daily use. But he also taught the human beings to fight and to fence for life, but likewise also the handicraft of the art of jewelry. So he created jewelry for the decoration of the body, and also cosmetics for the same purpose. And he taught the women in the wearing of arm bracelets, the beautifying of the eyebrows, and the wearing and putting on of most costly and selected precious stones. And he also taught the human beings in the manufacture of all dyes, and the finding of ores and the smelting and forging of the metals of the earth. And verily, soon there was great unrighteousness and whoredom on earth, because all people were corrupted and lived in erroneous teachings and to their own advantage. And much teaching of truth and much error teaching was spread, which stemmed in correctness or incorrectness from the travellers from afar from the depths of the universe and from mankind of earth, who had lapsed into evil due to the evil doings of the giants. Temelah taught the art of stargazing, Kakabel taught to interpret the signs of nature, Azradel taught about the course of the moon, Amazarak taught the conjuration of the dead, and also the art of therapeutics from roots. Barakala taught the art of astrology, and Karanas taught the laws and commandments of creation. But man was corrupt as they walked wrong ways and did not want to strive for truth, but which was seen and heard by Tekla, the daughter of Gabriel, who was the highest commander over the armies of the YHWH, and also a traveller from afar, son of the heavens from the depths of the universe. And Tekla observed all events on earth, while she flew over the land in the singing light, for she was to observe what was happening among mankind on the earth, and also what was being done and shown as a result of the banished sons and daughters of the heavens. But there was only injustice, bloodshed, whoredom, horror and evil of every type which was observed. Therefore Tekla rendered clarification to her father, Gabriel, about everything seen and heard and observed. And the highest commander, Gabriel, fell into horror and also made his report to the YHWH about what he had heard, who fell into deep concern and also commissioned his highest commander, and also the sub-leaders, Mikal, Urjana, and Surjana, that they should obtain clarification another time and according to his order. Therefore, the highest leader, Gabriel, and the sub-leaders, Mikal, Urjana, and Surjana, climbed into their singing lights and flew over the lands of the earth, and they also gazed down from heaven and saw much blood which was being shed on earth. And they also saw all the unrighteousness among the people on the earth. And when they saw all the evil, they were much horrified and spoke among themselves, "We have to report to the YHWH what we have seen of all the evil abominations." Therefore they stepped before the YHWH and said,
What we have seen are greater abominations than human beings can do. For the voices of their cries and their misdeeds echo throughout the earth up to the portals of heaven. Only few righteous remain, who implore heaven and wail and beg that justice shall be produced for them, no matter who would ever bring this justice to them.
And they also said to the YHWH,
The people beseech creation with words of prayers and of fainting, and thus, Creation, thou art the creation of all creation, thou which art king's power on the throne of glory and existing throughout all generations of all worlds. Thy glorious name be hallowed and praised throughout all generations of all worlds. Creation, thou alone hast made everything, and thy control over everything is with thee. Therefore, everything is disclosed and revealed unto thee, as thou seest everything, and nothing may remain hidden unto thee. Yet why dost thou not help us, and why dost thou not rescue us?
So therefore they reported to the YHWH and said that the few righteous hoped for help from creation, and the people have come to believe that creation were a king with armies and warriors, who should fight with the sword against all evil. And they also told the YHWH that Semjasa had become the highest leader of the evil ones, and also the main leader of the error teaching of all evil. But they also reported that Asasel taught all unrighteousness among the people of earth. and also had betrayed great secrets of the travelers from afar from the depths of the universe. But they also reported to the YHWH that the lands were full with blood and whoredom and unrighteousness on the earth, and that the few righteous are not able to escape from all evil. And the YHWH was shocked and said that soon there would be an end among the unrighteous of earth, because such doings could only be pursued so long until man would lapse into destruction and destroy everything, so that they only had to wait until such time. Therefore, everything happened according to his statement. While the people of earth fell into warring, the companions and people of Semjasa on one side, and Azazel and his companions and people on the other side. But Semjasa and Azazel were knowledgeable of the manufacture of death suns from the minerals of life. Therefore they betrayed these secrets and built death suns, which secretly they hid in the cities of the others, to destroy and burn these in evil death embers. But the city of Semjasa was Somon, and the city of Azazel was Turas, and thus death suns glaringly ignited within these, made by the hand of man and everyone at its time. Thus in Somon at the rising of the sun, and in Turas as the sun stood at its highest peak. And not one stone remained upon another, and also no life remained far and near, for everything turned to ashes in the sun embers. Therefore the prophecy of the YHWH fulfilled itself, and thus all evil in the two cities of damnation was eradicated by the guilty ones themselves. Therefore be instructed thereof, mankind, that such may teach you, so you walk the way of righteousness. And also Henok spoke to the people.
Hear how it was told to me by the YHWH.
Listen, Henok, such happened long before your time, and the same will occur again at a future time. For the people of earth are still misled and adhere to evil, and they also do not want to learn about the truth and about life in righteousness. See, Henok, therefore, it will be as I tell you, for I see the future and prophecy that there will be other YHWH over the earth, who, together with their adherents, are evil intended, who will bring hardship and great misery over mankind. And there will be YHWH and people of earth of a malice, and degeneration will prevail among them up to the last measure. And the malicious travelers from afar, sons and daughters of the heavens, will be less in all unrighteousness of whoredom and degeneration than the oppressed people of earth. Therefore they will be punished by the travelers from afar, to whom the actions of their slaves will be too much. The sons and daughters of the heavens will do the same another time, as have done Semjasa and Azazel long time before, but as there will be a difference therein, that they will drop down their death suns from a great height on the cities of damnation, when they fly over them with their singing lights. And also the places of abomination and of degenerated whoredom and damnation will still be erected in the distant future, and will be destroyed by the spheres of death suns, as heretofore Somon and Turas, and their names will be Sodom and Gomorrah. But the time will further follow its law, and thus thousands of years will pass over the earth, yet man will not change in his thinking and actions. So again the same event occurreth, however, at that time during a war of which the entire earth will be seized. And another time, 2 spheres of death suns will fall from the sky and spread deadly fire, when the minerals of life hurl forth their force. But at that time the death suns will not glare over 2 cities of whoredom and unrighteousness and damnation, for they will fall on places of life, which will be called Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And this will be the time when the world beginneth to die, and also the lives of men rise in great number, so that there will be misery and hunger, disease and infirmity and murder and war. But this will not set an end to all evil, for truthfully, therewith will only be set the beginning of the most evil abominations, which will ever be caused by the human beings on earth, and of which its equal will never be found in all the past, and also not in later times, when by 100 death suns in the high north of the earth world, an evil end will be set to the destruction, craze, and the infamy of the people of earth, and all their abominations by their own destruction. Such will occur in the distant New Age, when mankind of earth will do like the sons and daughters of the heavens, and thus escape from the planet themselves and advance with airships without sails into the expanses of the universe. But at that time the for or against is also given, so also the good and the evil, which is called right or wrong, therefore the state of things will result therefrom.
Therefore, if man of earth continueth to work in the wrong, then everything will fulfill itself in evil, as I have seen it in my visions, and as I am instructed by the YHWH and the watcher angels. But if man of earth therefore worketh in what is right, if he considereth and becometh just, then the evil doth not fulfill itself. Therefore is being said thereby that the fulfilment of the right or the wrong lieth in the hand of man, depending whether he liveth in striving and acting for the good, or in unrighteousness and the false. But man of earth hath fallen off from the laws and commandments of creation, and become forceful to do evil. So he also disregardeth the prophecies of the wise ones, who prophesying announce the effect of every cause in logical consequence. But as man disregardeth the teachings of prophecy of the wise ones and the prophets, and thus continueth to live in the doings and actings of the wrong, therefore, due to violence and force, the evils of wickedness and wrong will fulfill themselves. And as you people do us not right at my time, so you will also create evil, and find your own punishment therefore, as this will also be in coming times and throughout the future. If therefore you walkest on the paths of truth now, and during all coming times, then life will be good and of joy. But if you walkest the ways of evil and of falsity now, and during all coming times, then the prophecies will fulfill themselves in evil manner, because you conjurest up the evil. As the evil fulfilleth itself due to the guilt of mankind, because you offend against life and against the truth, verily then no stone will remain upon the other, so that not one remaineth which would not be broken. And verily, such will fulfill itself in the coming time, if the path of truth is not trod, if man also continues to build on human blood, and also committeth whoredom, licentiousness, and all evils of degeneration. Verily, due to plunder and murder and war, and due to impure business and thievery and all evil, you hast stolen the land and all your possessions, and you also hast killed your friends, due to your rapacity and lust for murder. Thus you hast murdered and betrayed your own friends, and even your families, to satisfy your own greed. But the same will happen to you in the future, because you have wanted it so. And all your evils will fulfill themselves in you in the coming times, as you will be your own descendants in your reincarnations. So you art the descendants of your descendants at the same time, and the procreators of the procreators, and therefore the old ones of the procreators, and the old ones of the old ones. Verily, much of war cries will be among you during the coming times, and suffering and misery will befall you in great number, if you do not change for the good of truth. This is so now, and also when I am hidden from you in death. And this will also be so when I am reincarnated, and again live another time as your prophet at different times and with different names. But this will also be so when again I am the prophet Henok, when thousands of years in the coming time have rounded themselves, if mankind hath not changed to truth and to life. And listen to what will be during the near and distant coming times, if you continuest to remain unrighteous and conductest your life in disgrace and wickedness. Everything will happen as I have said, because everything must happen if you continuest to damn the path of life. Yet verily, there will be no end yet of the evil events which have been prophesied. For one nation will rise against another, and also one kingdom against another, and there will be deaths and earthquakes and droughts and great waters to and fro, from one end of the earth to the other. The trees and shrubs and plants will die, and also many animals and other life will be exterminated by man, while he overextendeth his number, and at the same time dieth in great number, due to evil scourges of infirmity. And the waters of the oceans and lakes and rivers will become sick, and also the waters of the creeks and rills, and the air will also become sick, and everything which serveth as nourishment. But everything will occur due to man's fault, who in his delusion createth the art of the great poison mixing, and therewith polluteth the entire earth and all life. And the world and all life falleth ill of infirmity, due to the burning and the mutilation of the rays of death, which rush through the air and become invisible like the rays of the sun, but are created by man's hand, by death's sons in huge furnaces and in great numbers, from one end of the earth to the other, and due to the acquisition of death power and destruction from the minerals of life. This will be the time of the new age and the time of the prophet before the storm of annihilation. And this will be the time of uncountable cults around idols and gods of falsity, while the teaching of truth will only be taught by the prophet to the seeking and the few righteous ones. And the time will be when the knowing ones around the prophet, and he also will be reviled by cult pursuers and cult believers, who will live in the erroneous delusion of autocracy and of gods and idols. And soon thereafter the time will come when many of the knowing people will be given over to affliction, because they will be hated for the sake of the teaching and the truth. Some among them will also be killed therefore. But the manifold cults will also arise against each other, so human blood will flow in great quantities. Many people will succumb to the attack and will betray one another, and will hate themselves among each other, because they will have yet remained small in thinking and in the truth, while they yet lie that they would be learning. And while ignorance and cult beliefs will gain the upper hand at that time, the love in many people will grow cold, wherefore only greed and non-love will prevail. And only hate will rule over the world, and therefore only the evil will reign. But verily it will be as at all times, for whoever persisteth in truth and lendeth his ear to the advice of the prophet, he will endure and survive. And the teaching will also be preached during that distant new age on the entire world, from one end to the other, as testimony for all the nations and mankind, so that the righteous will hear it and also the unrighteous, after which the prophecy fulfilleth itself and the end cometh, if there is not a great change in man toward truth and according to the advice of the prophet. When the people see the abomination of their destruction around the world, from one end to the other, in all that is alive and in their places of residence, in the air, in the waters and on the land, then the end will come. So therefore, the self-chosen punishment of annihilation and destruction. Whoever at that time is on the land, he shall flee unto the mountains and hide in deep caves. And whoever is on a rooftop, he shall not climb down to fetch something from his house, but he shall flee into the structures of earth, and in to deep cellars. And whoever is in the field, turn not to fetch his coat, but he straightway shall rush to his neighbor, and hide himself in his cellar, or in an earth structure. But woe unto those at that time who live in big cities, for they will be without protection, and they will be buried alive by the houses crashing down onto them. And woe unto all those who will be struck by the mighty blow of light. But also woe unto the pregnant and nursing at that time, for they will suffer trouble and death, and the fruit in their womb will be dead or mutilated and marked by the rays of death and of poison. And also their milk will be polluted, with which they nourish the infants. Then at once will be great affliction, as it has never been from the beginning of the world until then, and also will never be thereafter. And verily, if these days of the new age would not be shortened, no human being on the earth would remain alive. But for the sake of spirit and for the sake of truth, the events of those days will be shortened. But also for the sake of the human beings, who will be righteous ones, and who serve the laws and the truth. But there will yet be wailing and gnashing of teeth when that time arrives, due to the absurdity of man and due to his greed. And mankind will construct metallic machines, by air and by water and by land, yet they will not be like the singing lights of the sons and daughters of the heavens, for they will be like fiery and thundering monsters with which mankind can also annihilate each other. And the people will hurl forth heavy missiles from their metallic flying machines and drop them down on the land and the cities. And fire and searing and glowing heat and a mighty death storm will break forth from the missiles and burn and destroy the world, so not much will be spared. The minerals of life they will place into the missiles, so therewith they ignite the death fire, the destroying storm, and the glowing heat and the striking of the light also. And if at that time the sons and daughters of the heavens and the prophet of the new age would not come to order a stop to the human madness of destruction, verily, not one human being would survive. But the order to stop will not occur by the sons and daughters of the heavens themselves in the manner that they themselves interfere toward the restraint. For they will only cause an order of restraint by thoughts, so that mankind does not know and, therefore, cannot cause too much destruction, so several of the human beings will survive, and so that life can begin another time. But there will also be the prophet, who will be powerful in spirit. So he also does his duty in great measure through the power of his thoughts, but also by his word and the teaching of truth, and also by his counsel and other means, which still must remain hidden and cannot be grasped by man's unwise intellect. And the prophet of the new age will be the most important power at that time, and also a secret to mankind in many things. Likewise, the power of spirit will still be a secret to mankind at that time. And the prophet at that time will neither find calm nor peace, and often will be agitated in holy anger, by day and also by night, but also while awake and while asleep, as already is said about him by the YHWH, that he will never sleep nor rest. He will be the prophet who will do the work of many, but who will yet be unflagging during the day, as also at night and during the time of his life, as no prophet will ever have done like him heretofore. And mankind, at that time, will not understand that the prophet accomplishes heavy work when seemingly he walketh about at ease, or sitteth down tired. For his work at all times is impetuous, as the work with his hands, as also with the power of his spirit, and also with this thinking. And the prophet of the new age will be, he preventeth much evil and suffering and misery, and also the worst destruction and annihilation, while the sons and daughters of the heavens remain invisible to mankind in hiding or semi-hiding, and yet work rendering help by the power of their thoughts and their spirit, jointly with the prophet. Verily, to the destruction at that time will not be set a post of limit. Therefore, the evils will be greater than can be grasped by the intellect of man at that time. And such occurreth and is fulfilled, when the generations of men of earth have reached the number of 10 times 500 million people, of which then 2 parts of them will be annihilated and killed, if there is no change among them toward truth, and if they do not follow the counsel of wisdom. The law of self-punishment wills it so, because man trespasseth against this law since times of old, and also in the distant future. But it is also given by the laws and commandments of creation that all evil and the great downfall shall be averted and prevented, if man changeth and adhereth to the truth and also to righteous life. But as man doeth not do so, the evil will come. And verily, at that time many false counselors and false preachers and false prophets will come, so that mankind will not know any more who will be the true prophet and where he can be found. Yet there will be the truly righteous and the truly seeking, who will find the prophet and who will gather around him, If they go on their way to the lands in the north of the earth, where a small nation of peace will exist during a long time, before the great annihilation cometh, by which the small nation of peace will be overshadowed. Therefore, if at that time then someone goeth and saith to the people,
See, here or there is the prophet.
they shall not accept it as true. For verily, many false prophets and false preachers and false miracle workers and false advisers will arise and do great signs and wonders, so that, if it were possible, also the wise and righteous and knowing ones would be misled. See, this hath been said before, and it will also be said often in the coming time by the prophets of truth, who will come after me and between me. And it will be admonished and warned about that new age, that people shall not accept as true if it is said to them that the prophet is in the desert, so that man shall not go out and search for him. But the true prophet at that time will exist, but he will let himself be recognized, so that he does not have to be made known, so that no one needeth to go out, if it is said that he is in the chamber. Truly, so the law wills it, and so it also will be. As the lightning goeth forth from sunrise, and also shineth in the fire until sunset, so will also be the coming of the sons and daughters of the heavens. As at their appearance the prophet of that time also cometh and worketh during his reincarnation. The appearance of the sons and daughters of the heavens at that time will be like lightning which is seen by man, and yet already in the wink of an eye it has vanished, so that their singing lights are seen flying in the sky, and yet are not seen, as if they were lightning or schemes of error, but which they truthfully are not. Over the earth will be the sons and daughters of the heavens, thus led by their YHWH, who will also be the YHWH of the generations of men of earth, yet they will remain in hiding and cannot act restrainingly in their own appearance and of their own work of interference. For so the laws and commandments and also the order determine. Therefore, man at all time, and also during the new age, shall listen only to the voice of truth and also to the truthful words of the prophet, so that they shall not be misled and rush to false prophets and false miracle workers, false preachers and false advisers. For truly, where the carcass lieth, there the vultures gather. Likewise, a true prophet unintended draweth to himself all false prophets and liars, miracle workers and preachers and advisers of falsity. If the downfall of that distant time cometh, if man doeth not change his thinking and striving and acting to truth, then will be affliction in great measure, and destruction will also be of two parts of all life. But soon after the affliction, the destruction breaketh forth, which will be the world fire, with dreadful devastation and dying in great numbers. And also will be that the sun darkeneth and the moon loseth its shine, because two great masses of fine earth floating in the air, and also the invisible clouds of death. And it will be that the powers of the heavens begin to reel, so that small stars with their shining tails will fall from heaven in great numbers. And the earth breaketh away from its course around the sun, due to the dreadful force of the death sons of mankind, and therefore the earth will seek a new course of rotation. Verily, the strata of the heavens will be disturbed by the irrationally kindled power of man, who will live in greed and power and mania, and in the misuse of the minerals of life. And henceforth a sign will appear in the sky, and henceforth the generations of man on the earth will howl, and truly see and recognize the singing lights of the sons and daughters of the heavens in the clouds, during the day and also by night, as they will come with great power because of the absurdity of man. But it is not determined what the actions of the travellers from afar will be, whether they will hold judgment against the absurdity of man of earth, or if they will only be observing. For it will be that some among them do not belong to the adherents of the YHWH, who is our YHWH. Therefore at that time The event can occur that there will be sons and daughters of the heavens under the jurisdiction of a strange Ishwish, who is not ordained for the generations of men of earth, so that he punishes all violent acts of mankind of earth by judgment pronouncing through his representatives. Therefore, violent actions can come to mankind of earth from the depth of the universe committed by a strange Ishwish and his adherents, because of man's absurdity through which they not only endanger their own world, but also other worlds in space. Verily, unto creation man oweth his begetting, and it is the true life in everything. Therefore, its laws and commandments have to be obeyed. Therefore shall be said to the people of that time, if they all see what in truth is prophesied, they may know that the time of the fulfillment of the truthful prophecies is near. Heaven and earth will pass away, and also the universe, but the words of truth will not pass away, for they are the words of truth of creation. And verily, of the day and the hour, when everything prophesied will be fulfilled, no one knoweth, also not the sons and daughters of the heavens, and also not the prophets know, so it will be sooner or later, depending on the value of thinking and striving and acting of mankind of earth. This, therefore, is the prophecy of the Eshwish and his sons and daughters of the heavens. Thus I faithfully repeat this unto you, mankind, at the present time and according to my best ability. But I am also taught by the Ishwish and those who are his, somewhere else about many things, which are things of wisdom and the laws and commandments of creation and of life.
Therefore I, Henok, report unto you of what I have to instruct you, mankind of earth, thus in the teaching of wisdom, which is the teaching of the word of truth. But the teaching of the word of truth stemmeth from the laws and commandments of creation, and also its order, so will be truthfully given unto you the wisdom of all wisdom. Listen, mankind of earth, retain my words and my counsel within you, because these are also the words and the counsel of the JHWH, and they truly are the wisdom of creation. But also do not hide them within you, but use them freely and live according thereto. And if you keepest the words and the counsel, then you will live, and thus you will guard the laws and commandments of creation like the apple of your eye. Bind the words and counsel to your fingers, and also write them down and hold fast to them in your thoughts. Speak unto wisdom.
Truly, you are my sister, in you liveth prudence, which is my friend.
Only by wisdom the husband is guarded against a strange woman, against another who speaketh smooth words. But also the wife is guarded only by wisdom against a strange man who speaketh flattering words. And woo not strangers, for it bringeth misery and dying. So listen and follow my words, you children of man, and mark the speech of my mouth. Let your heart not yield to the way of evil, and let yourself not be misled on its road. The evil truly hath wounded and maimed and cut down many, and by evil many people in great numbers have been strangulated, the poor, righteous and unrighteous, as also the mighty. The evil is the way to the grave, into which the unrighteous man in fear driveth down into the chambers of death. If you callest wisdom, then you will hear from prudence, for often it standeth along the street, and at the roadside, and at the doors of the city, so it shouteth at you all the while. O you men and women, I shout to you and call all of mankind. You unwise, regard wisdom and prudence, you fools, and accept my words in your minds. Listen, for I speak unto you about what is wise, and I teach you what is creative. My lips speak wisdom and the truth, and they are not able to speak what would be wrong and also false. And truly, all my speeches are just and straight, and they are just and straight to those who want to live in truth. Accept discipline, of which I instruct you, for it shall be dearer to you than silver,
and regard the teaching of the word of truth higher than costly gold. Truly, wisdom is better than pearls, and everything which man may wish for can never be more valuable than the truth. And prudence liveth with wisdom, and it always knoweth to give good advice. Truth is the enemy of the bad and false, of haughtiness and of arrogance, and of all wrong ways and evil, and also the righteous mouth is enemy of every wrong mouth. And of truth and wisdom are both righteous counsel and righteous action, and in truth and wisdom are intelligence and common sense and power and might, as also in love and in knowledge. Through wisdom the JHWH instructeth the generations of man, and also doeth the prophet like him. And by wisdom a righteous king ruleth his people, and also by wisdom he appointeth his advisers and wise ones and sub-leaders. And only by wisdom can sovereigns and regents lead a nation in righteousness, so on the earth as also somewhere else. Wisdom loveth those who love it, and those who seek for it will find it early. Wise riches and honor are in wisdom and lasting possessions of knowledge, truth, love, and righteousness. The fruit of wisdom is better than the finest gold, and its profit is better than most precious stone. And wisdom walketh on the right path on the road of justice. And wisdom provideth well for all who love it and fill themselves with its treasures. And wisdom existed already in creation at the beginning of its ways, before it created anything. And creation lived in wisdom before the depths were there, and when the fountains did not well up yet. Therefore, wisdom was the workmaster in creation, by which it created everything and brought to life. Therefore, mankind of earth shall also heed that they enjoy and appreciate to have wisdom as workmaster of all things within them. And it is well with the human being, who in truth obeyeth wisdom, that he always watcheth and waiteth to do right and live truthfully. Whoever findeth wisdom, he findeth true life, and will harvest satisfaction and honor. But whoever slandereth wisdom or disregardeth it, he injureth his own life, and they are also the living dead, whom misfortune leadeth. And wisdom built its house and hewed 7 pillars, on which standeth the house of life up to being. Therefore, the 7 pillars of wisdom are the path of life, and everything which is progression and being. And the 7 pillars of wisdom are named in their value, as I teach them unto you: love, truth, righteousness, knowledge, logical consequence, respect, honor. Whoever is still unwise, he shall set out and seek wisdom. You unwise ones, you fools and jesters, seek and eat of the bread of wisdom, and also drink the wine which it giveth to you. Expel your unwise character, so you will live, and then you also walk on the path of prudence. Notice, whoever disciplineth the mocker, he will receive disgrace, and whoever punisheth the unrighteous, he will be mocked. And punish not the mocker, for he will hate you, but his mocking will also bring you unexpected benefit. Give unto the wise, so he will yet become wiser, and teach the righteous, so he will yet become more righteous. But if you reprimand the fool and the mocker, there will be more yet of foolishness and of mockery. The beginning of wisdom is the recognition of truth, yet to recognize the wise one it requires a good intellect. And verily, by wisdom the days of man will become many, and also of the years of life will be more. If you are wise, then you are wise unto yourself. If you are a mocker, then you mock yourself. If you are a fool, then you fool yourself. A foolish, wild woman is full of prattle, for she is ignorant, as also the man who reveals his ignorance with much blabber and loud shouting. The wise one works in honesty for his nourishment, while the fool is unrighteous and stealeth his water as also his bread, and does not know that death liveth within them, because they are spoiled. Wise children are a joy and delight to their parents, but foolish children are their parents' grief and burden. Unrighteous possessions do not prosper, but righteous possessions bear the fruits of joy and delight. The lazy one's hand causeth poverty, but the industrious one's hand bringeth riches. Whoever busily gathereth at harvest time is prudent, and will not have to starve. But whoever sleepeth at harvest time causeth himself disgrace, like those who woo idleness at planting and tending time. The head of the righteous one carrieth the blessing, yet the mouth of the unrighteous man lapseth into mischief. The memory of the righteous remaineth as a blessing when they have departed, but the name of the unrighteous will be forgotten as sound soon gets lost, and also as smoke vanisheth. As it is said that the remembrance of the unrighteous quickly evaporateth like sound and smoke. Whoever is wise in his thinking, he shall accept wisdom, but whoever disregardeth wisdom, he is a fool, and will be beaten. Wisdom does not let the righteous suffer from hunger, but it pusheth away the greed of the unrighteous. Whoever liveth in innocence liveth securely, but whoever is on wrong ways will be revealed and beaten. Whoever winketh with the eyes is a crafty fool, and will reap affliction. Also the fool's mouth will be beaten. The mouth of the righteous is a wellspring of life, but the mouth of the unrighteous is a pit of offence. Hatred causeth burning rage, but love bringeth gentleness and peace. Over the lips of the righteous spilleth wisdom, but on the backs of fools burn the blows of rods. The wise keep the teaching of the word of truth and wisdom, but the mouth of fools is always close to terror. The possession of the knowing rich is a fortress, but the wealth of the poor in knowledge maketh him stupid. The righteous one useth his honest possessions to live, but the unrighteous man casteth his income among the whores. Whoever practiseth discipline walketh on the path of life, but whoever disregardeth discipline destroyeth his life. False mouths harbour hatred and strife, and whoever slandereth is a fool, for he bringeth loss to himself, and also createth advantage for the slandered one. Wherever many words are spoken there are lies, but whoever useth his mouth for truthful speaking is prudent and wise. The wise one's tongue is like most noble love, but the fault of the unrighteous is like a stinking pit. The wise one's lips tend many, young and old, poor and rich, but also the righteous and unrighteous. But the fools die of their stupidity, and yet their lips speak and say nothing. The wise one knoweth that he knoweth nothing, and therefore he knoweth much. But the fool believeth that he knoweth much while he knoweth nothing, and is stupid and dieth in foolishness. The blessing of wisdom fulfilleth man, and maketh him rich without effort, but the fool's stupidity maketh everything unfulfillable and laborious. A fool conducteth mischief and mockery, yet the mocker doth not need to concern himself about his own mockery, for in a moment it returneth unto him. The wise one carrieth on in comics and wittiness, yet never mocketh, and he reapeth thanks and joy and love and honour. Whatever the unrighteous feareth he will meet, for by the fair power of his thoughts he draweth misfortune unto himself. Likewise the suction of a whirlpool draweth everything unto it, and devoureth it. But what the righteous desireth in honesty will come unto him, like the sun-ray which cometh to the ear with light and warmth, therefore it thriveth and ripeneth. The unrighteous man is like bad weather which passeth, and leaveth vast damage and destruction behind. But the righteous one is like an inexhaustible fountain, which delighteth all life. As sweets corrodeth the teeth, and smoke burneth the eyes, so the lazy man treateth his master who giveth him work. Wisdom increaseth man's years of life, but stupidity and idiocy break the life of the fool. The unrighteous lose themselves in unfulfilled hopes, but the waiting of the righteous is pure joy. The path of the righteous is effort and joy, but the way of the unrighteous is trouble in misfortune. The mouth of the righteous bringeth wisdom, yet the tongue of the unrighteous speweth evil poison. The lips of the righteous teach healing things, yet from the mouth of the unrighteous streameth forth stinking breath. The unrighteous slanderously leath against his neighbour by rumours, while he hath eyes and ears, with which he doeth not see and hear the truth. Everyone is a traitor and liar, who lies in wait about his neighbour's speaking and actions, and passes these on, for while he lieth in wait, he only seeth and heareth what in delusion he createth as truth. Everyone has fast feet, who speaketh evil about his neighbour, and betrayeth his fault to others, for truly he only betrayeth because he wants to hide his own fault therewith. The fool is stupid and weak in his thinking, for he only seeth the dust before the door of his neighbour, and sweepeth it away, yet he seeth not the stinking pit before his own door. Whoever betrayeth his neighbour, he betrayeth himself, for he revealeth what type of spirit he is. The wise speaketh not maliciously with quick feet about his neighbour. If he seeth a fault in him, yet he confronteth him. But the unrighteous hath quick feet, and is malicious and stupid. Therefore he speaketh behind the back of his neighbour, while therewith he only bringeth disgrace and loss upon his own head. The seeing and hearing one recognizeth the true truth, but the liar seeth and heareth the truth he wants to see and hear. The fool seeth the grain of sand in the eye of his neighbour, yet he doeth not notice the boulder in his own eye. The way of creation is defence to the devout, yet the evildoers are stupid. Wherever pride exists, there is also offence and disgrace, and the fool is proud because he decayeth in stupidity. Righteousness leadeth the devout, yet malice stampeth out the unrighteous. At the hour of death, wealth helpeth no unrighteous one, but righteousness delivereth from all anxiety and fear. The righteousness of the devout smootheth his path, but the way of the unrighteous is not even, and he will fall by his character of stupidity. The righteousness of the devout delivereth them from the fetters of joylessness, but the unrighteous are caught in their malice and stupidity. When the unrighteous human being dieth, then all his hopes are lost, and all his waiting cometh to naught. But when the righteous human being dieth, then all his hopes fulfill themselves. The righteous is delivered from all his misery when he dieth, yet the unrighteous arriveth at his place. The liar acteth hypocritically, and the hypocrite lieth. Therefore the liar is a hypocrite, and the hypocrite a liar. By the blessing of the wise ones all misery is tempered, but for the traitor, who listeneth and looketh at strange windows, hatred and discord thriveth. The righteous in wisdom elevate a city into blossoming, yet by the mouth of the unrighteous it is destroyed. Everyone disgraceth his neighbour who secretly speaketh about him, and a secret talker hath quick feet, and is stupid. Whoever disgraceth his neighbour is a fool, but fools are stupid, and have a weak mind. A slanderer betrayeth what he believeth to know, for his belief is delusion. But how can a deluded one be knowledgeable? How can a man be sponsor unto his neighbour, if he cannot sponsor himself to only keep his own house clean, and not try to sweep in the house of his neighbour? The unrighteous, who pretendeth to be just as like a sow with rotten hooves. The unrighteous, who pretendeth to be just, and secretly talketh about a fault of his neighbour, is like a sow with stinking breath and decaying body. The intrigues of the unrighteous always last only a short time, for they will be recognized and destroyed, but the works of the righteous endure for a long time and are constant. Whoever talketh about his neighbour is a fool and disgraces him, but the prudent keepeth silent and createth peace. A slanderer betrayeth what he secretly knoweth, and becometh a liar. But whoever is wise keepeth the secret to himself, and hides it. Where there is a wise counselor the people flourish, but where there are many counselors the people perish, for they are unable to find just advice among much counsel. One is not able to sponsor for another, because the innermost of a human being remaineth hidden, and is changeable, so the sponsored one is right today, and bad tomorrow. Tyranny gaineth wealth by violence, but wealth gained by righteousness bringeth honour. A wise one doeth good unto his neighbour and himself, but the unrighteous one grieveth his neighbour, and his own flesh. Whoever soweth righteousness harvests healthy possessions, but the work of the unrighteous faileth, and bringeth foul fruit. Righteousness promoteth life, but unrighteousness promoteth evil and death. The righteous one's seed thriveth, yet nothing helpeth the evil ones, even if they wring their hands. A beautiful woman without discipline is like a sow with golden hair, also a man without discipline is like a bull with golden hooves. The wish of the righteous is fulfilling hope, but the waiting of the unrighteous is evil misfortune. The wise one dispenseth, and giveth in joy, and receiveth increasingly. However, the less the unrighteous giveth, and shareth in joylessness, he yet continuously has less. Whoever is stingy and hoardeth becometh poorer every day. Who, however, giveth in joy and righteousness, he always obtaineth more. Verily, the man who blesses abundantly will be delighted, and therefore, who giveth abundantly to drink will also be refreshed. Whoever seeketh good, good will happen unto him, but whoever striveth for misfortune will soon wrestle in misfortune. Whoever trusteth in his wealth will perish, but whoever trusteth in the work of his hands greeneth like a leaf, and never starveth. Whoever grieveth his own house will become the game of the winds, for his inheritance will be like a whiff of the wind, which cometh and goeth and loseth itself somewhere. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and a wise one wins the love of the people. As the righteous on earth has to suffer among the unrighteous, how much more do the unrighteous suffer among themselves, and among the likes of them? Who gladly alloweth himself to be taught becometh wise, yet whoever does not want to be taught remaineth a fool. Whoever is devout receiveth comfort through wisdom, but a wicked one damns himself. An unrighteous character doth not benefit man, but a righteous character formeth new roots, and bringeth blossoms and fruit. A virtuous wife is a crown of her husband, and also a virtuous husband is a shine of blessing on the head of his wives. But likewise unvirtuous husbands and wives are an evil burden, and like purulent boils for their spouses. The faults of the righteous are sincere, but the faults of the unrighteous are lying and deceit. The speeches of the unrighteous cause bloodshed and strife, but the mouth of the righteous createth love and peace. The unrighteous will perish and be no more, but the house of the righteous remaineth standing, and pure life will be therein. A wise one's advice is praised, and he liveth in peace, but the malicious ones fall into disgrace, and live in strife. Whoever is wise and just, and regardeth himself as humble, and waiteth for his hopes, will find fulfillment. But whoever is unwise and unjust, and regardeth himself as great, and doth not wait for his hopes, will lack bread. Whoever tendeth his field will have bread in abundance, as also the one who prevaileth in his righteous work. But whoever pursueth unnecessary matters will starve as fool in stupidity. Whoever measureth with one measure will be measured by the same measure, and whoever judgeth will also be judged. The desire of the unrighteous is to cause loss, but the righteous ones form roots which bring trees and fruit for refreshment. The evil one is caught in his own false words, but the righteous one remaineth free from anxiety and fear. Much good cometh to the wise and just man by the fruit of his mouth, and he also will be recompensed according to what his hands have earned. His false way pleaseth the fool well, but whoever listeneth to true advice is wise. A fool soon showeth his rage, but whoever hideth the offence is wise. Whoever is truthful saith freely what is right, but whoever is full of falsity deceiveth and speaketh what is not right. Whoever putteth words into the mouth of his neighbour deceiveth and has quick feet when the neighbour speaketh wrongly. The one is a deceiver and has quick feet, who speaketh falsely and is caught doing so. He then twists what he said to the degree that pretentiously he shall appear as right. The word of the truthful mouth lasteth eternally, but the false tongue doth not last long. A wise one doth not show his prudence openly, but the mouth of the fool proclaimeth forth his foolishness. The thief stealeth, and the robber robbeth, yet both remain poor and in misfortune. But the righteous one createth in honesty and hoardeth few possessions, so he attaineth to riches and happiness. On the way of righteousness is life, and on its prepared path is no death or terror. Whoever controlleth his mouth controlleth his life, but whoever has a loose mouth createth terror and horror for himself. The lazy one desireth, and yet stoveth. The industrious one, however, doth not desire, but he worketh, so he receiveth everything he needs. The righteous one is enemy to the lie, but the liar disgraceth and abuseth the truth and offendeth himself. The truth protecteth the righteous, but the untruthful character of the liar casteth him down. Among the proud is always strife, but love is with the wise who accept advice. The wealth quickly diminisheth where it is squandered, but whatever is held together will grow quickly. Whoever disregardeth the word of truth destroyeth himself, but whoever obeyeth the laws and commandments of creation will live. The teaching of the wise is a wellspring of life, which bestoweth joy and peace, so the ropes of anxiety fall off, and true life prevaileth. Fine prudence createth favour and joy, but the foolishness of the scorners bringeth woe and anxiety. A prudent one doth everything with common sense, but a fool spreadeth foolishness. Whoever speaketh much repeatedly in rage without cause, from him men shy away as from a spark spewing fire. Whoever speaketh at the incorrect time perisheth in the speech of the one who speaketh at the correct time, like a crow which loseth the eyesight by the owl which hunteth at midnight. The wise one is honoured everywhere, even if he is of poor descent, but the unwise is unworthy of any honour, even if he is of royal descent. Man is weak in his mind, if he honoureth and venerateth the Great One, who bringeth disaster. But man is prudent if he honoureth the Wise One, who preventeth and destroyeth disaster. What man does not want done unto him, that he also shall not do unto another? What man shall not do he should never do, even at the threat of the loss of his life. Yet what man shall do he should not leave undone. A man who letteth himself be driven by foolishness and stupidity thinketh that what is impracticable is practicable, what is unattainable is easily attainable, and what is not edible is edible. A man who undertaketh an attack against his neighbour in word or in deed, before he is protected by wisdom and prudence and just offence, is like a man who walketh with his face covered on a dangerous summit of a mountain with a deadly precipice. Goats and horses have a clean mouth, cows have a clean back. The impure human being in his thoughts fancies himself to be pure, but the wise one is pure all over, inside and outside his body, in his thinking and actions and feelings, and also in his speaking. Liars and slanderers are able to make untruth appear as true to the unwise, as trained artists create indentations and elevations on an even surface. Wise ones who are brought to a boiling rage soon return to gentleness by proper treatment or by their own wisdom. If a wise one becometh enraged, he only shouteth at the guilty one, but to the innocent he speaketh calmly and friendly at the same time, which the unwise is unable to do. The wise one only becometh enraged in hallowed anger, wherefore he only chooseth words and actions which strike the guilty in their innermost character. However, the unwise doth not grasp and understand it, for he stoveth in self-pity and justification. The wise one, who tires on a long road, seeketh out the shade, and then he walketh away feeling refreshed. Who then findeth it fit to moan, if he doth not do the same as the wise one? Excessive familiarity causeth disdain and disregard, dishonour and disrespectfulness toward the neighbour, as also through constant visits indifference and dependence are caused, while the students of the wise one lose respect for him if they live under his roof and remain unwise. The unwise bathe in the drinking water of the wise, because their familiarity is without limits. Excessive familiarity causeth envy, and looseneth all restraint, and all evil overbordereth, and destroyeth reverence and all respect. Excessive familiarity causeth the delusion that the neighbour should be like the neighbour in everything, so that he does not retain his own character of his own human nature, and does not retain his own character of his thoughts and deeds. Whoever visiteth relatives and acquaintances and friends too often createth excessive familiarity and lack of honour and reverence and respect, like the offspring who do not become of age because they let themselves be ruled by imprudent and unwise parents, who do not grant their children their own life. The resident of a holy place polluteth everything around, if he succumbeth to indifference by his constant presence, which becometh a foregone conclusion to him. Nothing is more laughable in the world than when someone, who is a scoundrel, calleth another human being a scoundrel. A man who in secret speweth forth hard and untrue words, or who speaketh ambiguously, him the noble soon refrain from approaching, even if he feeleth inclined toward the others. Whoever getteth enraged in anger by hard words of wisdom, feeleth attacked, or doth not understand that words of truth are hard, is unwise, imprudent, believes, and is also of false character, and of erroneous life conduct. If one doth not see you, one longeth for your sight, but if one sees you, one fears the impending separation, yet while often indifference or weariness ariseth for you, so one does not wish to see you, as there is never joy any more if your visits are excessive. Not to harm any creature, neither by words nor by thoughts or deed, or by benevolence or gifts, that is the eternal law of the wise. Violent pain hurteth the unwise and unrighteous more than a wise and righteous, for soon the feeling of cold taketh possession of the body of the unwise and unrighteous. Man always appeareth great unto himself in untruth, if he always looketh down to his feet, but whoever gazeth upward sees his smallness under the stars of the heavens, and therefore he sees truthfully and knoweth very much. The human being, who heareth wisdom only from afar and doth not own it, sees not the snares of mischief which have been laid around him. Whoever maketh impracticable plans for the future lieth eternally dormant, like a bare boulder in the heat of the sun. But whoever maketh plans for the future and submitteth to the false joys of vice will be laughed at like a blockhead, who stumbleth over his own feet. Whoever setteth wise precautions for the future, and is always wisely on guard, will become successful. However, the courage of the irresolute sinketh, and he suffereth failures. Whoever detecteth something himself, and without order, which would cause his neighbour loss, and striveth to remove same through advice or deed, is a wise one and worthy of life. Youth, life, beauty, authority, acquaintance with friends, and everything are transitory, wherefore the wise keepeth distance from them, and doth not attach himself to them. The blameless blame themselves. The estimable do not esteem themselves. The righteous judgeth himself. The wise instructeth himself, and letteth himself be instructed. Yet the fool only pursueth false pleasures of life and wealth. A lying disposition, foolhardiness, falsity, folly, stupidity, idiocy, greed for possessions, desire, vice, insubordination, uncleanliness, cruelty, tower greed, tyranny, violence, rudeness, degeneration, selfishness, avarice, laziness, vengeance, hatred, joylessness, anxiety and fear, killing without self-defense, discord and strife and all evils are the misfortune and everyday life of those who are believers of sects and religions, for they are ignorant and unrighteous ones, who lead a wrong life in error teachings. The wise is like a shell. Outside it is rough and like a log of wood, yet inside it is gentle and soft and delicate, and concealeth the beautiful and valuable treasure of the pearl. The wise never plotteth evil against those who cause him pain, for he knoweth that the evil ones fall over their own feet, like the tree which falleth of its own, if it is rooted at the water's edge from which it washes away. From the wise the one even benefiteth, who causeth him pain. The wise chooseth disdain from his enemies, and forgoeth the esteem of the well-minded to advance a good matter, for to abandon a good matter is foolishness. All those who are truly adapted in science, but who are strangers to the word of truth and wisdom, make themselves laughable, like all fools of the learned and unlearned. A learned head of science claimeth much knowledge about science, but wisdom, truth, love, prudence, and true knowledge he lacketh everywhere. Even the most unimportant matter one shall not discuss in the company of others, if it concerneth only a single one. But the most unimportant matter shall be discussed in the company of everybody, if it concerneth all of them. Whoever lieth even about a very unimportant truth, if it causeth harm, he perisheth quickly, even if he is highly esteemed. Empty is the house of the childless, and empty is the world unto him who hath no relatives and no friends, but the life is empty of those who have no wisdom. The fool speaketh when he is not asked, so he reapeth not only no honour, but also ridicule. Even if not asked, one shall tell the one, whom one can save a humiliation, the advice from which he can benefit. The evil one, who causeth others loss and enjoyeth the misfortune of others, createth loss for himself, and doth not notice his own downfall. Even the time of misfortune seemeth to be worth the price to the wise one, but the fool sees only terror and horror therein. Whoever is not afraid of liars and slanderers is wise, and he is also not afraid of enemies and kings. The insignificant one becometh significant if he becometh wise and just, but the significant one becometh insignificant if he regardeth himself higher than others. Only seldom doth one find the earth adorned with those who are poor in unfriendly and rich in friendly speaking and striving. To whom man is devoted in true love, he always remaineth in love, even if he demonstrateth something loveless, likewise with the fire, for who withdraweth his respect for it, even if it has burnt his best things in the house. Only those are true friends who do not depart during times of misery, and endure hardship and misery themselves for the sake of friendship. And truly those are called friends, who impart hard advice and hard truth and hard healing words for the sake of truth and help and friendship. A true friend delighteth the heart and mind of man under all conditions, even if for the sake of truth he suggesteth something unpleasant, and if he speaketh hard words. A true friend remaineth so even in death, however. A false friend remaineth not so, even if only the wind bloweth. A weak one sinketh into belief, and is befouled by delusion. However, the strong one seeketh and findeth truth, and becometh a knowledgeable one. To obtain wisdom in everything is by no means easy for man, therefore he hath to study with the wise ones and be persistent and patient. To gain wealth without work. Men and women attire themselves as male whores and whores, and give themselves to others for hire as a tool. But the righteous do not attire themselves as whores and male whores, because they are industriously about their hands' work, and live in comfort and peace. The success of everything desired. Man oweth only to his own doing and devising and thinking, and whatever man calleth fate is a reward of man alone, as he forges his own fate by his thoughts, by his thinking and striving, and by his deeds. As the good one delighteth in greeting older people, so the fool delighteth in disdaining a righteous man. Youth and wealth, whores and male whores, a cloud's shadow, new clothes, and a false friendship can only be enjoyed a brief while, yet wisdom remaineth eternally young, and is immortal. An unwise man is a fool, for he selecteth the enemy as friend, but toward the true friend he is disinclined, and causeth him loss. Therefore he considereth in his weak mind good to be bad, but bad to be good. The fire is a pleasure in winter. The gaze at a friend is a pleasure, the wise one's wisdom is a pleasure. The acquaintance of noble people is a pleasure, but fulfillment is the love of creation. As the drop of water disappeareth instantly on hot iron, so every wise advice ebbeth in a moment in the ears of the scoundrels. This one is either one of us, or a stranger. So the fools, unrighteous, jesters, and others of low thinking calculate. The manner of action of the noble wise one, in comparison, considereth all people as his family. Through water a dam collapseth, due to treason a secret conference collapseth, due to whispering and slanders false friendships and false bonds collapse, and due to words of truth a quick-footed one collapseth, and also the unrighteous, the fools and jesters and scoundrels. Striving in deeds, by which one purchases dishonour, by which one goeth to self-created hell and loseth the condition of heaven within oneself, one shall not do, because they only delight the unrighteous. If the wise one sees no prosperity for peace without a fight, he dieth fighting together with the enemy, for his thinking and striving for wisdom, and peace is his duty, and doth not abandon him. Even to an enemy hospitality hath to be granted if he cometh to the house, likewise as a tree doth not withhold shade and protection from him who cometh to cut it down. Through the spokes the hub of the wheel is carried, while the spokes find support in the hub. Also the course of things rounds itself with the wise, whose wisdom is also of that nature. It is truthful that man is slave to his wealth, but wealth is slave to nobody. Even if no advantage and no comfort and no honour and no fame are derived from it, but only sheer disadvantage resulteth, nevertheless the wise remaineth true to his obligation, and energetically pursueth his work. If the one, who striveth for truth and for deliverance from ignorance, only bore the 1,000th part of the suffering which the jesters, fools, scorners, offenders, and other unrighteous create for themselves, then within the blink of an eye he would attain deliverance. All deeds and desires of a human being of small intellect, who liveth in poverty of wisdom, dry up like small watercourses in the heat of the sun. A wife of a husband is his other half. Therefore, the husband is a whole with one wife, and as he has several wives, he is a whole with each wife, and also his wife is his best friend, and the wife shall be the root of the wealth, of comforts and virtues, and the wife also is the root of descendants. The last cries of love adorn the peacocks, but the speech of wisdom adorneth the wise one. What the wise one doth not have yet, he wisely seeketh to obtain, the obtained he gotteth carefully, what he gotteth he multiplieth, and what he multiplieth he shares with the worthy ones. The combining alone of even insignificant things lead a matter to the goal, for even with grasses, which are woven into nets, the wild lion is caught. Whoever is contented and determined, respectful and understanding, and doth not think too long if something is ordered to him, he liveth as a student with the wise, and will become a wise one himself. A ruler who is a fool, a learned one who is imprudent, and the one who from nothing attaineth to wealth, sees the world and the people like a bundle of straw full of noxious insects. If one presenteth reasons of proof to someone who doth not think, this is like flashing empty husks. To render services to fools or other unrighteous ones is like impressing signs of remembrance in sand blowing in the wind. Whoever dieth as an unrighteous one will, without doubt, be unhappy in his reincarnation and have to endure much disgrace. As a man liveth, thinketh, striveth, and acteth, so the harvest of his life will be, for it is impossible that if thistles would be sown, grain would sprout therefrom, for the seed which is sown also sprouteth. Without resting the donkey carrieth his load, and during its work it neither feeleth cold nor heat, and is always content. And as the donkey doth, so man shall do and learn from it. The wise one even looketh upon worms and ants as to himself, and as the unwise therein emulateth the wise, he obtaineth knowledge about himself. A man, who considereth to commit things which are not of true life, and also foreign to wisdom, findeth death like a fool who with outstretched arms jumpeth off a boulder, and thinketh he can fly like the birds. The imprudent bemoaneth things not worth lamenting about, and speaketh words of absurdity. However, the wise bemoaneth neither what is dead nor what is alive. Earthly possessions and people are never to be bemoaned. Only the fool doth so, and bemoaneth live and dead possessions, and people, and creates new sorrow from sorrow. So he suffereth loss for a matter several times. If 10,000 cult offerings and the truth were weighed against each other, then it would always result that the truth is better and higher, and of immeasurably greater value than all cult offerings. Only bad people relish the fortune of the bad ones. Likewise the fruit of the avocado tree is only eaten by swine and other animals, and by humans without any sense of taste. Whoever praiseth preferences, which only seem to be present, should be ashamed of himself. Who therefore shall not be laughed at, if someone calleth the fruit of the avocado tree well-tasting, as it is only an apparent fruit, and eaten by creatures without any sense of taste. To a man, to whom the descendants, the friends, the relatives, the people are attached, and from whom even in need and suffering and lack contentment doth not depart, he hath the kingdom of heaven within himself on earth. Only the fool imagineth that he would be highly esteemed by men, wherefore he is like an ox which lacketh horns. The wise teach that man's first duty is to cause suffering to no one, as also men, plants, and animals have to be given consideration. Even the hunter is guilty of killing, if he hunteth and killeth while not in need of food of the hunted, if he only killeth the animals as pastime, out of lust and joy, or out of anger because an animal is grazing in his field. A wise one doth not allow that even his own children do wrong, and his treatment of them is the same as he would confer upon other people. Man doth not trust himself as much as he trusteth a wise one, therefore the prudent seeketh the friendship of the wise. The fool, who committeth treason in a good matter, and becometh an opponent, cometh to naught, and is also despised by the likes of him. According to nature, the husband is equal in his rights to the wife, yet the husband is the procreator, and the wife the one bringing forth. Therefore a husband compare with several wives, while one wife can only be coupled by one husband. Therefore the wife shall have only one husband, but the husband several wives. According to nature, the husband is equal in his rights to the wife, yet the husband hath greater strength, and is more logical in his thinking. Therefore he shall lead the business and family, and everything in terms of work. Therefore he shall be the protector of wives and of children, however, in separated duties of equality in all things. The wise only then ariseth to battle, if he knoweth himself and his opponent, for the prudence of wisdom leads therein that one knoweth oneself and others. First man shall consider to adorn himself with wisdom, only then may he test others. First the wise one acquireth good manners, only then he teacheth such to his students and neighbours. If a righteous one judgeth a rascal according to himself, and believeth that he speaketh the truth, he will be betrayed by the rascal. If an unrighteous one judgeth the neighbour, he recognizeth in him his own evils and disgraces, and getteth angry about it. But he doth not grant the neighbour the same right as to himself, for he has quick feet. If a man doth not think fast, nor act fast, neither complete a work fast, nor learn fast, he is not reliable, for time drinketh up his life. Friendship at the beginning, in the middle, in all trouble, and at death is only found in the truly righteous, but not in the unrighteous. One is able to cut asunder, burn, crush, or beat a true friend, yet he will never become a different one. In misfortune and at work, and in battle and in misery and suffering, the greatness of man is revealed, as the spirit of the wine can only be recognized when it is drunk. Thus Henok taught mankind of earth, speaketh the JHWH, and Henok, the prophet, taught mankind when he was 40 years old, therefore, during 326 years, before his life ended at 366 years. And the JHWH also spoke further and said,
Henok was gone from the world of the living, therefore he was on the other side of this side. But Henok was often reincarnated as a human being on the earth, without fulfilling a task as prophet. Truly, thousands of years were completed on the earth before Henok was again reincarnated with the fulfilling task of a prophet. And when Henok was reincarnated as prophet, many generations of mankind of earth and their descendants, since his first time as prophet, had passed, and the evil and unrighteousness had increased in great measure, which was created due to the treason of Semjasa and his followers.
And the YHWH revealeth the secret about Semjasa and his followers, and about the events, which changed the course of progress on earth.
It was 378,418 years, 378,418, before Henok's first birth on earth, when the event occurred about Semjasa and his accomplices, who were killed by the death sons. And it was, as the law of creation determined, that the spirit forms of the killed remained in the ban of earth. Therefore, they reincarnated many times according to the cycle of time. But the YHWH of that time endeavored to again accept the fallible, after several reincarnations among his daughters and sons of the heavens. Therefore, at a given time, he let them be seized and brought them back to their home in the depths of the universe, where they were taught during many reincarnations, and where they became true leaders and watchers of the YHWH. And the time came when they were prepared for a new task by a new YHWH, who endeavored to remove the evil events on the earth of earlier times. The wise ones took counsel to revisit the earth to remove all evils. And through the advice of the YHWH, a new generation of men was to be procreated on earth, which was to be like the sons and daughters of the heavens. Therefore the scholars undertook a lot to make this possible. But 3,700 years were completed before the first birth of Henok on earth, when the daughters and sons of the heavens and their YHWH traveled again to the earth, after many new incarnations. and as was ordered by the scholars, they also lived there for 60 full years. Then the change was completed, as the scholars demanded, while the sons and daughters of the heavens could get together with mankind of earth, so that a new genus of man could be procreated, which was to be like the sons and daughters of the heavens. And the year 1770 was complete before the first birth of Henok on earth, when Semjasa, the son of heaven and overseer of the YHWH, the great ruler of the travelers from afar from the depths of the universe, through his own advice, procreated with an earthly woman, the descendant, Adam, the father of the white race of man, which was like the sons and daughters of the heavens. But Asasel got together with an earthly woman, and procreated Ladon, the father of the dark race of earth. But Sartael got together with an earthly woman, and procreated Tetel, the father of the red race on earth. And the descendants of the different races got together among themselves, and procreated new races and nations, because burdened since times of old, they did not obey the laws and commandments, so that in a rounded 500 years they again lived in great evil like their ancestors a long time ago. Therefore, the YHWH advised that through his leader, Gabriel, a descendant was to be procreated with an earthly woman, who then would be taught by him and his wise ones, and whose spirit form would be one of theirs, therefore, of the travelers from afar from the depths of the universe. Therefore, procreated and born by the earthly woman, Serana, was the one Henok who taught mankind of earth, and thus he lived 366 years. But the teachings of Henok did not bear much fruit among mankind of earth. Therefore, he was born again at a new time as prophet, and therefore as the son of Jared. But Jared was begotten by Uruk-Baramel, but Uruk-Baramel was begotten by Mahalaleel, but Mahalaleel was begotten by Kenan, but Kenan was begotten by Arusiak, but Arusiak was begotten by Achbeel, but Achbeel was begotten by Enos, but Enos was begotten by Seth, but Seth was begotten by Adam, but Adam was begotten by Semjasa, one of the leaders of the YHWH, and according to his advice, with an earthly woman. And the descendants of the sons of the heavens and the earthly women lived many hundreds of years, so they became many times older than mankind of earth. Therefore at a new time Henok was born and procreated Methuselah, and thus he was prophet another time. And Henok was taught of his own power, and also by the YHWH and his teachers and wise ones. But he also had visions, and was filled with great wisdom.
And Henok wrote down what he had to teach, and also what were his visions. Therefore Henok wrote,
And I, Henok, see visions and am taught by myself and by the YHWH and also by his helpers and wise ones. And I, Henok, praised creation during my life, and also at a time when I was not among you, mankind of earth, while I was with the YHWH of the world, and also with his watchers. And the YHWH called me and spoke,
Henok, you writer of righteousness, go to the people of earth, and make known to them the teaching of truth, and therefore do this in the new language which is now understood by mankind of earth. Go to mankind, and bring to them the proclamation of truth, that they are all creatures of creation, and arranged in all things into its laws and commandments. And go, therefore,
The YHWH spoke unto me,
Henok, and proclaim that mankind of earth are descendants of earthly women, and men, and of sons and daughters of the heavens, who, some time ago, were fallible and brought corruption. Make known the earlier occurrences, which you have proclaimed at earlier times, as in word, as also in writing. and announce the truth that mankind, against all warning, has newly lapsed into all evil offenses.
And the YHWH spoke unto me.
Henok, as mankind of earth committeth evil offenses, they will have no peace on earth. The people of earth will find no forgiveness because of their offenses, and they also will not be allowed to enjoy their children. They will see the murder of their loved ones, and they will sigh about the downfall of their children. And so they will beg for mercy, yet no mercy nor peace will be imparted unto them, for despite their begging and supplication in anxiety and misery, they will remain unrighteous.
Thus the YHWH spoke to me, and also the watchers spoke to me when I stayed with them, yet while they taught much else which they commissioned me to teach you. Therefore I, Henok, come to you human beings of earth, and say to you, you will have no peace, for due to your own guilt, you have brought a severe judgment upon yourself. You have ordained this judgment over yourself, that you are bound by yourself, so that no alleviation and intercession and mercy will be imparted to you because of your offenses and your violence. And violence you have acquired, but also all acts of slandering and unrighteousness up to murdering. And you continue to live in this manner, although you lie in fear and in terror and know what will get hold of you. Therefore, do not beg me to write a petition for you, to bring it to the YHWH of the world, that he may help you, for truly I do not have the power to do such, that I simply could bring a begging and supplication petition to the YHWH. But listen to what I have seen in a vision, when I rested and slumbered. The vision showed to me the decay of the people of earth, their offenses and evils, the vices and everything bad in all things, as in the thinking and acting and striving and in the nourishment. I saw that the people of earth broke the commandment, which told them that they shall eat only what is edible for them, for the vision showed me how the people robbed the animals of their nourishment. Verily, through the laws and commandments of creation, and also through its order is given that mankind has its own nourishment, as also every animal has its own nourishment, so therefore each one according to its own kind. Therefore, to man is given as nourishment everything which he can eat raw or cooked, so that it does not harm his health, and also is in taste of that nature, that it is appetizing without the need to add changing ingredients to make the taste of the nourishment tolerable thereby. Everything is edible for human beings. Everything shall be allotted to him as nourishment and without concern, if the food is appetizing raw or cooked without adding ingredients for taste tolerance. But if nourishment is not appetizing and is not taste tolerable, because it is bitter or bland to a great extent, then it is not compatible with human beings, as it is with intense burning or with putrefaction. Therefore, what is not edible for human beings is the nourishment of the animals, that which is bitter or bland or burning or putrefied or any other way, and which consists of semblance fruit, semblance vegetables, and semblance herbs, however, given as nourishment for man are real fruits, vegetables, and herbs. Therefore, to the animals is given the food and everything edible, and also to man is given the nourishment and everything edible. But everything edible is also divided thus into the edible for the animals, and into the edible for the human being. The edibles for man are different in their energy values, but the same is also valid for the edibles of animals. Yet a difference shall be set between man and animal, so that human beings only eat food assigned to them and do not rob the nourishment of the animals, even if the food of animals may be palatable to him if it is falsified with added ingredients and made palatable to his taste. Thus man may not falsify his own edibles with false ingredients. As it were, that fruit is not mixed with vegetables or with fish or meat, or, as it were, that no sweet is stirred into the edibles which are not compatible with sweet. Also man shall be moderate in his eating and drinking, so that he doth not submit himself to gluttony and overeating, but just the same, If this is still done, this then is equal to the falsification of edibles. Therefore, both issues fall into the category of imprudence and weakness, and also of weak-mindedness and stupidity, because both lead to sickness and evils in the body and in thinking and feeling. Likewise, because man robs and eats edibles of the animals, is the reason that many people suffer from manifold diseases and from weak and slow thinking and from all types of weaknesses. If man transgresseth against the laws and commandments and against the order of creation, he createth self-punishment for himself, which also resulteth from these things, which I have seen in this vision during sleep, which was given unto me through the wise thoughts and the power of the YHWH. And I also saw many other things in this vision, and each thing was less joy than the other, for all things were impressed with the suffering of man of earth, which he createth through his absurdity and offense and unrighteousness. But that which followeth here written down is the word of justice and the reprimanding of the people of earth by the YHWH, whom I saw in this vision. And in my sleep I saw what I will now tell with my writing and with the tongue of my flesh and with my breath, which creation hath placed into the mouth of every human being, so that he shall speak therewith and understand with his intellect. And man shall understand in the manner as creation has created him and endowed him with intellect. Thus he shall understand the word of insight. Creation has also created me, and by the power of the YHWH and my own, it is granted me to work as prophet among you human beings of earth, and to instruct you, and to impart advice to you, and also to scold you. You know me well, and I know you, and I know your supplication for mercy. But I say unto you that in my vision also appeared, that your supplication namely cannot be granted by the YHWH into all eternity, for the power is not his to fulfill your supplication of mercy, because all this lies in your power alone. Thus, as you actest and livest will also be your life. Therefore will your petition for mercy also lie in your power and in your determination. For as you change and become righteous ones, you then will fulfill your petition for mercy yourself, and will be freed from all evils. In all things you are master over yourself, therefore you have to help yourself, but that you dost not do, for you believe in a human being whom you call God, and who allowed himself to be attributed to have created the world and all life in space and the stars. Yet not at all has he done such, for such work is only possible to creation. But as you erroneously believe that a God is the highest to you, then you thinkest and believest in error. But if truthfully you thinkest and knowest that creation truthfully alone is the highest, then you knowest about the spirit of creation, which also enliveneth you and resideth within you. And as you therefore help yourself, then creation helpeth you. But many of you do not want to be instructed. Wherefore you only laboriously climb up to being of eternity. Therefore already a saying exists on earth, that you are bound in your evils all the days of your life. But before the days of the earth world are ending, before that, you will have to witness the annihilation of your beloved sons and daughters who, because of your infamous actions and your unrighteousness, you are not allowed to own, but whom, due to your own guilt, you yourself murder and annihilate through war and pestilence and robbing and all evils. Your petitions for mercy about them will not be heard by your false priests and gods and idols, and they will also not be granted by the authorities and scholars and army leaders, because you will raise and elect them yourself to butcher your sons and daughters and also yourself. You will weep and implore and whine like young dogs, when annihilation cometh often and often up into the most distant future, and you will not be allowed to take a word of solace or of the teaching into your mouth from the Scripture, which I have written. But so it will also be with the teachings, which I will bring to you during other times in the future through other prophets, if you do not change your life according to the laws and commandments of creation. And thus in a vision has appeared to me. Clouds invited me and covered me with fog, and the course of the stars and the lightning urged and drove me. and also the winds gave me wings and carried me away. They took me up and brought me close to a wall, which was constructed of many shining crystal stones and was surrounded by a wall of fire, which caused me fear. But in my vision I stepped into the wall of fire and approached a house, which also was constructed of shining crystal stones. The walls of the house were smooth like a floor, but they were also constructed of crystal stones, as also the floor. The ceiling resembled the course of the stars and lightning, and in between hovered fiery comets, and behind them was their sky, purest water. Flaming fire flowed around the walls of the house, and the door also was a burning fire. And yet I entered the house, which was like hot fire, and yet as cold as ice, and in which was nothing delightful, and also no life. Fear covered me, and also terror gripped me, and I was also shaking and trembled and fell on my face, and soon I had another vision. And in the vision I saw another house, which was larger than the first. And at the second house all doors stood open before me, and it was constructed of pure fiery flames. But this house was extravagant in size and magnificence and splendor, the like of which I have never seen before, so that I cannot describe the full size and magnificence and splendor. The floor of the house was undulating in fire, and also the ceiling was aflame, yet above the house was lightning and the courses of the stars. And as I looked up, I saw a throne in the house, and its appearance was like white frost, and around it everything was like shining suns, glittering stars, and fiery comets. And under the exalted throne flowed forth streams of blazing fire, and everything was so dazzling bright that it was impossible to look at everything longer than a tiny moment. And on the throne it sat, which is great in love and glory, and it was not enveloped in any form, and it was also without time. It was spirit in all its glory, and it rayed into being of the eternal and eternal. Its robe was more dazzling and brighter than the sun, and whiter than the white hail. No form of life could enter here. Neither could a mortal see the shape and the countenance of the glorious and majestic one. And if I had not seen it myself in a vision, to me also the view of it would have remained eternally hidden. And human beings could not enter unto it, and not the sons and daughters of the heavens, also not the YHWH, to whom also this secret of all secrets was hidden. Thus only to me was revealed the glory of this secret, and this will also remain so eternally for the mortals. But the immortals could enter in, who were freed from the bodies of mortality, and who were pure spirit form and blazing flaming fire like the glory of creation itself. But the immortals could only approach creation up to 30 ells, and nobody could approach closer of all those who were around the glory. But 10,000 times 10,000, 10,000 times 10,000 were around the glory of creation, and all those were themselves flaming fire and the holy ones and wise ones of time, and they are likewise called Patali. The glory of creation required not the counsel of the holy and wise ones, but they were Patali, and therefore the wise and holy ones and the advisers of time. And the Patali were near the glory of creation, and did not leave by day and not by night, and they also never left. And until then I have had a veil over my countenance, so I could see everything, yet I trembled, because I could not come to know all the glory and also not understand, yet the seeing was revealed to me. But the glory of creation called me, and I heard its call within me, without having heard a sound with my ears. And the glory spoke unto me.
Henok, hear my holy words, but also come here close to me.
And the glory of creation let me stand up and go hither close before it, while I lowered my countenance, for awe welled up within me, and the blinding light of grandeur blinded me. And I heard the words of the glory within me which spoke unto me.
Henok, do not be afraid, for you are a righteous man, and as such the writer and proclaimer of justice.
But thus the glory spoke further and laid upon me, that I was sent through its will and my will unto you mankind, that you may be taught by me, Henok, the proclaimer and prophet.
But listen,
For so the glory of creation spoke unto me.
go to the sons and daughters of the heavens and to the human beings of earth, and teach them that they shall pray to themselves and for themselves, but that they shall not pray to petition idols and gods, therefore also not to objects, and not to priests and other human beings, except to themselves or to their spirit, and also to me, for I am creation, and the spirit of being. And ask them,
I heard the words of the glory.
ask them, the human beings of earth and the sons and daughters of the heavens, why have you left the way of the high, holy, eternal justice? And why do you commit whoredom with women and men? And why have you defiled yourselves with all offenses, disgraces and evils of law-breaking, and commandment-breaking, and order-breaking? Why have you burdened yourself with all evils, while you were yet spiritually hallowed and had a long life, which was longer than 1,000 years, but which you have defiled and destroyed through all your evils, so now fewer that 40 years remain to you for a life? Therefore, in the future, your lifespan will be very short for many thousands of years, and only few will exist who survive 2 generations. But a change will come, when a part of the generations of man of earth changeth and turneth toward the truth, which will be at the time of the prophet of the new age, when the lifespan will rise through the life conduct of the righteous in obedience of truth. So your age will reach a value in the middle of 3 generations of men, which is 3 parts of 4 parts of 100 years. But the lifespan will continue to increase, if the righteous ones will not decrease but increase. But your age in the middle value does not outlast 2 generations, for through your unrighteousness and all your offenses, evils and disgraces, you have abandoned the truth so far that you have shortened your years of life to a small part of the whole. You have lusted for the blood of your neighbors and murdered them, and you also have lusted for the flesh of your neighbors, and committed whoredom with them, and also brought forth children, who inherited from you the rapid mortality and transitoriness, so they transmit the same to their descendants. You also have created and lived all unrighteousness, all foolishness and stupidity and evils, offenses and loss, which weigh heavy upon you and always strike you again, because every one of your evil thoughts joineth all other evil thoughts of yours and of the neighbors, so they become a powerful force, which continueth to live and always striketh you by day and by night. The power of evil thoughts, however, hovers like a mighty invisible sky around the world and in your cult places, from where every moment you are struck by the evil forces of this power. But, in your misunderstanding, you call these evil forces, created by yourself, and according to your erroneous belief, evil spirits and demons. Therefore, you call your own evil thoughts evil spirits and evil demons, which are foundation stones to you for new evil thoughts and deeds. Verily, the thoughts of you human beings have their residence within yourself, but they also have their residence in the invisible sky around the world, and they also have their residence wherever you live, or where you often conduct your truthful or false prayers. But only good thoughts or evil thoughts live at one place, and as a human being cometh to a place of good thoughts, the energies of good come to him. But if a human being cometh to a place where there are evil thoughts, the energy of evil befalleth him, as this is so in all of your cult places, in which you pray to gods and call upon idols, so that at such a place malice and severe confusion befalleth you, from which you are not able to free yourself. A thought is like a mighty invisible energy, which liveth many thousands of years and storeth itself like the grain in the granary, And likewise, as man fetcheth grain from his granary and nourisheth himself, man continuously fetcheth from the stored thoughts of power new energies, of good or evil, with which his own thoughts are nourished in good or in evil. And all those, on whom crash down thought energies of evil, will continue to corrupt, for they are those who deny the truth and practice violence and cause destruction on earth, and who cause disaster, but who therefore will have lack of food and will have to suffer from thirst. Their misery will be great, and they will find no mercy, for they will be struck and punished through their own unrighteousness. Verily, the power of evil is very great, which is stored everywhere, in places which you call houses of God, and wherever else you conduct your cults. And at these places manifold deaths lie in waiting for you, wherever they are, so that your thinking and striving and acting, and also your flesh is corrupted. But therefore you will corrupt at these places, and by all stored evil forces everywhere until the day, when you let the great judgment fall over you, before you become righteous ones. But if you die as unrighteous ones, then your flesh falleth into decay, but while your evil character storeth itself in the invisible skies around the earth as powerful force. But if you art born again and standest in a new incarnation, then again you will be befallen by your old evil character, which lasteth throughout endless times in the invisible skies around the earth, which strikes you like poisoned arrows of evil. But the poison of the arrows poisons you more and more, and you do not try to remove the poison from yourself. Therefore, you demoralize us further, and determinest in advance for many reincarnations that you will be struck by your own poisoned arrows of evil. But if you change to righteous ones, then you begin to fight against the evil, but therefore you create a harness against your own poisoned arrows, which rain down on you from the invisible skies of evil around the earth, where they are stored for thousands of years, so they do not strike you with full force any more, and slowly lose their force of evil. And if you art steadfast and, in your change, defendest yourself against the evils of your own making, and those of your neighbour, then your harness groweth, so you have a mighty protection therein. Verily, you human beings of earth were corrupted at early times by sons and daughters of the heavens, although then the hidden things of the laws and commandments of creation were not revealed to you yet, but nevertheless you became guilty of all evils and of all unrighteousness, by which you have made yourselves to burdened ones. Small and meaningless secrets were betrayed to you by the guilty sons and daughters of the heavens, and you willingly accepted them and made them your own without feeling guilty and without defense, as you were only too willing. In your hardening of heart, you made the meaningless secrets your own, and also taught them to your children. So since then you have caused much evil on the earth, and have no peace and no love, but also no truth, knowledge and wisdom, and this likewise among the women and men and among the children.
So then, the glory of creation spoke to me that I instruct mankind of earth about it, before it breathed me away to another place, where again were shapes like flaming fire, and who appeared like human beings whenever they desired this by their thoughts. And these shapes like flaming fire were similar to the shapes of Pi-Tah-Li in their appearance, but their changeability was greatly dissimilar, and only their very own, which were called as Arahat Athersata. And the flaming shapes Arahat Athersata led me to the place of the storm on the summit of a mountain, the pinnacle of which reached high into the sky. And on the summit of the mountain, a flaming shape of the Arahat Athersata stepped close to me, and changed into a human being, and said,
"See, I am Urgil, one of the Arahat Athersata. Like the Pi-Tah-Li, we are a form of unity and also singular as ourselves. But we are we, like the Pi-Tah-Li, who are higher in everything than we. Verily, Henok, you are astonished that you are with us. But soon you will understand that you do not need to be astonished. I am Urgil from the we spirit forms of Arahat Athersata, and like the Patah Li, our existence of solid bodies has ended, and we live in the being of a world unknown to man. But man liveth in a world which lieth quiet deep below ours, in which the time of our being has become existence in the great ocean of duration. Our being has become knowledge and truth and love, and also to energy and power in the obedience of the laws and commandments within and about creation. In the endless duration, the spirit has freed itself from the body, and reincarnation has vanished into the past. Our life has become creation approximate, forceful and powerful, in striving completion of perfection. We, Arahat Athersata, are the beholders of time, and we are the recognizers of truth of all things in their source and in their consequences. The boundaries between the human world and our world are of great duration, and they are measured in many million years times million years, and therefore, they constitute the barriers of the spiritual worlds. We know that communication in the spaceless and timeless realm, which maketh the past and the future present to us. And this shall be said unto you, what you seest and hearest is given to no other human being except you. Therefore it is also inaccessible to an Ishwish, only to you at all times when you breathe at a time or at another time as prophet of the highest standing. But therefore, you now shall see and hear things, which will also be strange for you to understand, and the secrets thereof you will only solve in the distant future, when 7,000 years have passed over the earth. But as the seen and heard will remain a secret to you for 7,000 years, it will thus remain a secret for the human beings for a much longer time, before they will grasp the secret of our signs, which we let you see and hear. Therefore, Henok, do not be depressed, if at this time you do not understand our signs to the full extent, but be glad if you grasp a portion, and by in further incarnations more and more. Therefore listen carefully and see what we, the observers of time, have to announce and to reveal to you.
Thus spoke Urgil, the flaming one and one of the Arahat Athersata, so that I saw and heard the secrets of the past and the future. And I saw places in dazzling light, and I heard thunder at the ends thereof. In the depths of heaven above I saw a quiver with arrows and a mighty fiery arch, which stretched from the rising of the sun unto its setting. But in the same depth hovered a mighty fiery sword, and all the lightning of earth flashed round about. Then Urgel, the flaming one, took me away, and he brought me to the waters of life, and up to the fire of the west, which burns in the sky at every setting of the sun. And I came with Urgel, the flaming one, to a fiery stream, the fire of which, however, was like water, and which towards the west poureth forth into a great ocean, and I also saw all other great streams, which, like the first, all poured forth into the ocean. And then I reached a world with Urgil, which is darkness and light at the same time, and which is the world in which the mortals walk during death, and from which they return again into incarnation after a long time. But Urgel led me into the world where the mortals walk during death for a long time, and the time suddenly was gone, and timelessness prevailed in endless duration. And my body had vanished from me, and also everything which was human, and also my feeling was only a perception in love and calm and peace. And I was aware that I was Henok, and yet not Henok, for I was Henok, and yet was one with all the mortals, who walked in this world for a long time. But this world was like the earth, which is in darkness and in light at the same time, yet the earth was different, and another world. For it was the world and the life of reincarnating ones in their coarse manner. But they did not see the world of the changing mortals. And also the world of the changing mortals was so that they did not see the world of the coarse type. But the one world was the other world, and yet both worlds were two other worlds and different from each other. And also the world of the coarse type was impressed by time, but the world of the changing mortals was of timeless duration. But so Urja led me out again from the world of the changing mortals, and thus I again felt my body and everything that was human of me, and an evil grief and fear befell me, and I felt pain in my breast that I had to leave this world of the fine type. But the grief remained in me, and never left me again, for the perception of joy and calm and love did not cease to glimmer within me, which had filled me in the other world. And Urgel took me further, and I saw the mountains of black clouds of winter time, and the places into which the waters of all the depths discharge themselves. And I also saw the estuary of all streams of earth, and the estuary of all depths of the universe. And Urgel, the flaming one, who was one of the Arahat Athersata, showed me the containers of all winds, and also I saw how creation has wisely adorned everything. And I saw the foundation of the universe, and also the cornerstone of the earth, and the 7 invisible winds, which carry the earth and the firmament of heaven. And I saw how 7 other winds span the heights and the depths of the heavens, and how they wind and float between heavens and earth worlds and suns, and how they are the 7 pillars of the universe. Also I saw the winds which turn the heavens, which evoke the circling of the sun around itself, and which let the constellations circle their courses around suns and cause stars to go down. But then I saw that the winds were no winds, because every wind was energy of a certain law, and therefore energy like the swinging of a stone, which by a sling flieth infinitely far. But also the energy was likewise the energy of earth, on which every stone falleth back, which is thrown quite high with a sling. But also I saw the true winds, which are perceptible, and which move the dust and whirl up in the air. And likewise I saw them above the earth, how they carry and drift the clouds. Thus I was at the end of the earth, and saw that the end was not the end, because the end went further and further, and it also rounded itself almost to a sphere. And as I was outside of the solid of earth, the world floated in the lightness of heaven and like a sphere in the air. And Urgel penetrated a strange world with me, of which the like I had never seen before. We went to the south, where a great fire burneth from heaven day and night, and where 7 mountains of most precious stone are, 3 which lay towards the east, and 3 towards the south, and 1 in the middle. But the mountains which lay towards the east were different. One of them was of multicolored precious stones, one of pearl stones, and one of spear glass. But the mountains towards the south were of a different type. For one was of red stones, the middle one reached into heaven and was of alabaster, and the third also reached into heaven and was of sapphire. But in all mountains was a flaming fire by which the mountains shone and played in the light. But far from the mountains, and on the other side of the great land, was a place where all the waters gathered, and there also was a deep abyss in the earth with pillars of heavenly fire. But under the fires, pillars of heavenly fire fell down, which one could neither count in direction upward or downward. But above the abyss was a place, which had no heavens above it, and also no firmament and no foundation of earth beneath it. And also there were no waters at the place, and no birds, but everything was deserted and empty, for it was an empty and desolate place. It was terrible what I saw there, for there were 7 stars, like huge burning mountains, and like evil spirits having become visible, who implored me for mercy and intercession. And Urgel spoke unto me,
This is the place where heaven and earth end, and this place serveth the stars of the heavens and all wise ones of the heavens as place of instruction. This likewise is the place here, at which all laws and commandments of creation and its 7-fold order reveal themselves since its very beginning. But here also arrive all thoughts and all feelings of all human beings of good as well as of evil. And from this place they rise into infinity if they are good, but if they are evil then right away they dissipate into nothing, so that the end of all days is only full of peace and of love in eternity. But the end of all days will be the judgment of all judgments, and all life which at that time still walketh in unrighteousness, causeth itself to vanish, and to be extinguished for all eternity. But the life, which at the end of all days liveth in righteousness, entereth into creation itself to become one with it, and to live in all great timeliness.
And truly I, Henok, alone have seen the view of all this truth, and received the instructions thereto. I, Henok, saw all the beginning and ends of everything, and no human being, except me, has seen them as I have seen them. And Orgel taught me that there are 7 flaming energies of the Arahat Athersata, who watch over everything in the universe jointly with the entire Arahat Athersata. But the 7 are the proclaimers and instructors and uniters to the true wise ones of all worlds, who are lower than their world. But one of these watchers is Urgel, and he watcheth over all thunder and all quaking, over the lightnings and weather and seasons, and over all energies, which are in all things. And the second watcher, therefore, is Ruphael, who watcheth over all forms of spirit of man, of animals, of plants of all types, of the stars, and everything which liveth, creepeth, and flieth. And the third watcher, therefore, is Raguel, who watcheth over everything which liveth against the laws and commandments of creation, and against the sevenfold order. And the fourth watcher, therefore, is Michael, who watcheth over everything which liveth according to the laws and commandments of creation, and according to the sevenfold order. And the fifth watcher, therefore, is Sarakel, who watcheth over the instructions and the progress of the forms of spirit of man and animals, and of everything which creepeth and flieth. And the sixth watcher, therefore, is Gabriel, who watcheth over all worlds of the low and high forms, and who watcheth over all boundaries of all different worlds. And the seventh watcher, therefore, is Cherubel, who watcheth over all remainders of life, which is presented by man and animals and stars and plants and energies, and everything which liveth and creepeth and flieth in the entire universe. And the we form of Arahat Athersata jointly watch in all tasks of the 7 watchers, and therefore they are one with them and in all things. And Urgel led me to a different place where nothing happened, and there I saw something terrible. There was no firmly based earth, and there also existed no high sky, and everything was empty, desolate space, quite august and terrible. And in the august space, bound together, 7 gigantic spheres of wobbly energy floated, like great mountains, and flaming like dark fire. This time I asked Erdal,
Due to which cause of malice are these spheres of flaming dark firepower bound? And why are they expelled to this august and terrible space?
Then Uriel, my leader, the flaming one, said to me,
Why do you search with me about these things, and why do you inquire and ask and are curious? But therefore, listen, these are the 7 different powers of evil of all human beings, who have transgressed against the laws and commandments and against the sevenfold order of creation, and they are those who are degenerated in their energies. These powers have quite mightily stored themselves for all times in the universe, while the guilty human beings, meantime, have become righteous ones, or are in the change toward righteousness. But their evil energies, which originated through thoughts and pondering and striving and acting, are not changeable and full of danger, because they attack every life and force it into their ban. Therefore, these energies of evil and degeneration must be captured by the power of this place, so they are bound here unto the end of all days, when they are then taken to the place of the end of the earth worlds and the heavens to their last judgment of all judgments, where their extermination will be. And as the degenerated evil is held here unto the end of all days, so it also is not dangerous to life.
And from there, Urgel, the flaming one of the Arahat Athersata, floated off into the expanse of the universe with me. But in deep space he brought me to a high place which had none of terribleness, but which was great like a glaring fire, which flamed and blazed and had incisions like flaming tongues. The space was limited only by the high area of space, and the place floated therein like an island in a boundless ocean. But from the depths of space, round about came flaming small fire pillars, and let themselves fall into the glaring fiery place. The expanse of the place and its size, however, I could not see, neither was I able to grasp the origin thereof. Then I said to Urgel, how exalted this place is, and what joy and reverence to view it. Then Urgel answered me,
Henok, you feel no fear and no terror in you about this exalted place and in the view of this joy. This is a place like many others in the expansive universe, which are all of the same type and of good form. This place is a mighty block of energy, and this energy is knowledge, wisdom, truth, love, logical consequence, and everything which is good. At this place, all knowledge and all wisdom, love and logical consequence and truth of all forms of life are gathered and stored. Like in a granary, all gathered grain is stored. Therefore, this place is a mighty storage block, which stores everything within that is recognized and acquired of knowledge, or is created in some other place. So here, from the very beginning, everything is stored which has been found of knowledge of every type. This place is a storage block of all wisdom and accessible to every wise one, who is human or spirit form, if he through spiritual energy useth a secret word as key, through which the door of the block openeth to him, so he can enter in and obtain knowledge. But truly the wise one only sparingly obtaineth knowledge from here, if he is truthfully in need thereof, so that he doth not rob but only meets his need. But it is also provided that the block of wisdom only releases knowledge to every wise one which lies in the comprehension of the wise, that he is not overburdened in his understanding, so that he does not become insane and confused in his mind and in his consciousness. From here I went to another place with Urgel, but now the other watchers of the Arahat Athersada joined us thus: Rufael, Rigel, Gabriel, Carabel, Mikel, and Sarakel. And in the west they showed me a great high mountain, which was of quite hard rock, and where were 7 wonderful places. But under the hard rocks, down in the depths, were expanses which were like something smoothed, which rolls, and I recognized it as alive, something which liveth. Therefore I asked about this place, and this time Rufael, one of the flaming ones of the Arahat Athersata, answered,
These 7 beautiful places are the 7 worlds of the realm of death, which by man is called the other side. At these places the spirit forms gather when through death they escape from the coarse body. Thus, they gather here at these 7 places, each at one place or another, depending on and determined by the level of fineness of the spirit, which each generateth and formeth, depending on wisdom. And the 7 beautiful places are 7 different worlds, and they, therefore, are the 7 worlds of the fine realms of death, which at the same time exist on every coarse world, however separated by the boundaries of the fine and the coarse matter. Therefore these worlds which you see as beautiful places are created, so that there all spirit forms of mankind gather, when they escape from the coarse bodies through dying. These places therefore are made as living places for the spirit forms of mankind, when they escape from the coarse life and enter into the fine life of death. And the spirit forms remain at these places for a certain time, which followeth a cycle, and is only duration in which each spirit form develops further in knowledge and in the development of its energy, before they again leave this place and are born anew into a coarse human body in reincarnation.
And Urgel took me away from this place and to a distant wasteland, over which was only darkness, and round about everything full of wailing. But in the wide and terrible plain of the place hovered shadows, from whom emanated the wailing which echoed into the darkness of heaven, and therefore I asked for the purpose of this horror. Now Rigel answered and also said to me,
This is the horrible place, where all the wailings of those human beings gather, who are murdered by the likes of them. Here, therefore, resound all the wailings of the murdered and tormented and tortured ones, because at this place all the wailings of mankind gather, which are caused by unrighteousness. But here also every wailing resounds for a long time, and is long, until sometime the kernel and the seed of the cause in the evildoers among mankind has disappeared, while here in horror the wailings are heard. And the shadows which hover are single wailings in restlessness, and no shadow can bind itself to another, for they are separated among each other, because every wailing is its own cry of horror of an evil, which hath been committed each to a human being by his own kind. Therefore the wailings are separated from among each other, but which also again are partitioned in different areas at this place, of which again are 7. So here can be heard the wailings of mankind, who are murdered and tormented and tortured by the likes of them, and here also they reveal their pain and their ruin, until the infamous action has been atoned by the guilty. But the wailings resound here for the reason that the guilty originators find no rest and are constantly reminded of their infamous actions, so that they feel guilty and therefore strive to change to righteousness. But truthfully, these 7 locations of this place are 7 invisible heavens around the earth, and therefore around all earth worlds, from which the human being in every new life is reminded of his deeds.
And I, Henok, praise the glory of creation for its justice, which hath created everything, and which leadeth all life to being in all great time. From there I went with the watchers, the flaming ones, to another place towards the west, further unto the ends of the earth and the heavens. Then I saw a quite brightly burning fire, which restlessly ran and never ceased from its course, neither by day nor by night. But I asked while I said, What is this here which findeth no rest? And this time Caribal, the flaming watcher of the Arahat Athersata, answered me,
This burning fire, the constant movement which you see towards the west, is the fire of the energy of all constellations of the heavens.
From there the flaming watchers brought me to another place, and they also showed me a mountain of fire which blazes day and night. And I went closer to the mountain and recognized that, truthfully, there were 7 magnificent mountains, and every one different from the other. And the mountains consisted of magnificent and precious and most beautiful stones, and everything was quite magnificent, and of glorious appearance, and of beautiful and wonderful exterior. 3 of the mountains sat toward the east, one strung behind the other, and also 3 sat toward the south, and also one strung behind the other, and like the others, one was higher than the others. But in between the mountains were deep windings valleys, of which none was connected to another. But the 7th mountain sat in the middle between the 6 others, and on all their summits they resembled a throne seat of creation at a lofty height, surrounded by fragrant trees. But among them was a tree, as I had never seen before, and also had never smelled before. The fragrance of this tree was not equal to any other fragrance, and its leaves and its blossoms and its wood never withered throughout eternity. Therefore the fruit also did not wither throughout eternity, and besides was of great beauty, and which compareth to the cluster of a palm tree. This time I said, Look at this beautiful tree. It is wonderful to behold and lovely, and its leaves and branches and its fruit are delightful to the eye. Then Mikel, the flaming one, answered me,
Henok, why do you ask me about the fragrance and about everything of this tree? And what do you try to learn with secretly hidden words? For know that we know your great knowledge, and also the secretly hidden inquiry in your questions.
Then I, Henok, answered him and said, About everything I like to learn something, but especially about this tree. For it appeareth to me that it concealeth a great secret which also concerneth me. And Mikel answered me while he said,
You are great in knowledge, and also trained in wisdom and truthful. Listen, Henok, this high mountain, which you see, and the pinnacle of which compares to the throne of creation, is the dwelling place of the glory of creation, from which all laws and commandments and the sevenfold order thus come down to all worlds and mankind, and also to everything which creepeth and flieth everywhere. But the tree about which you inquire, which is of such exquisite fragrance, is holy and exalted, Therefore it is not allowed any mortal to touch it until the time of the end of all days, at which the justice will be completed, and the eternity of life unto being. Only at the end of all time of the days will be given to the righteous of the fruit of the tree, so thereby they obtain the life of all timeliness. But you, Henok, you are a mortal, immortal, and, therefore, highest Ishwish of all Ishwish among all of mankind of the universe, as all Ishwish and leaders honor you, while you force yourself into a human body as prophet and suffer in evil torment. You are the highest among the leaders, and give yourself as the lowest, for which you suffer torment, and yet dost not complain. Yet at this place shall help be bestowed upon you, that you survivest all times in all torment. It shall then be accomplished here, that you enjoy the fruit of this tree at this holy place, so that you become the eternal temple of love and all fulfillment. Therefore, take this fruit here and eat it.
And Mikel handed me a grape-like cluster, and I ate it, which tasted quite exquisitely, and filled me with joy and love, and with the understanding of many secrets. But therefore I cannot explain how everything happened to me, for that very moment I saw infinity which I could yet not see with my eyes. And I heard Mikel, who said to me,
Henok, now you have eaten of the fruit of the tree, and therefore you will be strong throughout all time and be a temple of truth. Into the most distant future, you will willingly carry the fruit of truth and bring the great teaching of the word of truth to mankind. And in the distant future, you will create a new holy place and also plant the fruit of truth high in the north of the earth, when the new age hath come and the time of the great instruction. The place will be the place of truth and the place of instruction, but also a temple of understanding and of love. But many incarnations you will still live until then, and often you will experience evil misery and torment, yet despair will not be yours. But the new age will not be of great difference in misery and torment, but also will be allotted that among many of mankind of earth, exalted joy will awaken and rejoicing in the recognition of truth, so that they recognize the holiness of truth and of creation and of yourself. And the scholars among mankind of earth will allow the fragrance of truthful holiness to penetrate into their bones and slowly change everything, that in the coming days they will live a long life on the earth, as their ancient ancestors have lived. Therefore, they will learn, and in the later future, truly lead a life that will not touch them any more by sadness and suffering and trouble and toil, but also there will be no more need and misery and unrighteousness. Verily, so it will be. But before this happeneth, a very long time after the new age, still much torment and offense and unrighteousness and disgrace will exist among mankind of earth.
And as I, Henok, heard the speech of the Flaming one of the watchers of Arahat Athersata, I was quiet in reverence and modesty, yet then I praised the glory of creation, that it hath prepared everything so well for the righteous human beings. But also I praised creation, which hath created everything, and created love in infinity, and also justice and life, which is according to its laws and commandments, and according to its sevenfold order in truthfulness. And from there I went with the flaming watcher to the center of the earth, and soon I saw a blessed and fruitful place, where there were many branches, which rooted and sprouted from a felled tree. But there also was a holy mountain, and to the east thereof, underneath the mountain, was a water which flowed toward the south. But toward the east was another mountain of equal height as the first, and between the two mountains was a deep valley, but which was not wide, and in the valley a water also ran along the mountain. And toward the west of this mountain was another mountain, lower than the two others, and therefore not high. But here also was a valley, but which was not wide, and therein also flowed a water along the mountain. But there were 3 other deep and dry valleys at the end of all 3 mountains, and in them flowed no water. And all valleys were deep, but not wide and of hard boulders. And there were trees planted on the mountains and in the fertile valleys, which prospered and bore sublime fruit. And everything was exalted and beautiful and like a paradise, except for the deep and dry valleys which were of smooth and hard rocks. And I was curious about the rocks, and I was also curious about the horrors of the rocks, and I was quite curious about everything. Then I said, "What is this blessed land for, which is totally filled with fruit-bearing trees and is like a paradise? And what is the accursed land of the valley for behind it?" Then one of the Arahat Athersata, Sarakel, the flaming one, answered me,
"These accursed valleys are for the creation slanderers among mankind, and here also the energies of their evil slandering thoughts and slandering speeches gather. Here, therefore, all slander energies have to gather and wait in accursedness so long, until the guilty ones change to righteousness, and until they ban their unseemly speeches against creation from their mouth. And therefore they remain here for a long time, until the guilty ones rid themselves of their shamelessness toward the glory of creation. And in one valley of the horrors and accursedness, the energies of the slanderers gather, which are the creation deniers, and also the atheists. But in the second valley of horrors and accursedness, the energies of the slanderers gather, who are sectarians and gods worshippers and other human worshippers. And in the third valley of horrors and accursedness, the energies of the slanderers gather, who are idolaters and the autocratic. And therefore they will all remain here until the guilty change to become righteous ones, so that through truth they find mercy and praise the glory of creation. And they remain here as long as they themselves have determined this by their own lot, as they have imparted this unto themselves. Truthfully, these valleys of horror and accursedness are 3 invisible heavens around the earth, where the energies of the slanderers gather and remain for a long time, until the guilty ones change to truth and righteousness, as the energies then disappear in dissipation. But while the energies of the slanderers remain in the invisible heavens above the earth, they are powerful and evil, and they also strike the guilty in every life and incarnation like poisonous arrows.
Therefore I praised the glory of creation and spoke to it in prayer, and I also remembered its greatness as it is seemly. But from there I went with the flaming watchers of the Arahat Athersata to another place, far away from the desolate valleys, approaching a mountain range in the east. There I saw trees which were called judgment trees, and there were especially such which give off incense fragrance and myrrh fragrance, and therefore they were not like ordinary trees. Over the mountain of the east, high above it and not far therefrom, I saw another place, but therein were valleys and with water like that which never dries up. And there I saw a beautiful tree, the fragrance of which was like the fragrance of mastic. And on the sides of the valleys, towards the end of the valleys, I saw grown fine-smelling cinnamon. Then I went up these valleys closer towards the east. And I saw another mountain, overgrown with trees from which flowed water, but which was something like nectar, and which one calls Sarisa and Galbanum. And beyond that mountain I saw another mountain, whereupon aloe trees grew which were full of a hard almond-like matter. And if one took the fruit of the tree and ate it, it tasted better than all fine fragrances. And after I had eaten of the fruit of the best fragrances, I gazed towards the north over all mountains. Forthwith I saw 7 mountains, and they were full of delicious spikenard plants and fragrant trees, but there was also much of cinnamon and pepper. And I went further to the 7 mountains, and forthwith I stepped across their summit, far towards the east, and in accompaniment of the flaming watchers of the Arahat Athersata, who did not leave my side. And we moved further towards the east, far over the Erythaic Sea, high over the place, Zutuel, unto the 2-stream land near Uruk-Gart, in the kingdom of Gilgamesh. But there the watchers led me back in time and into the garden of righteousness, where I discovered an abundance of multicolored trees and plants and flowers. And quite many trees and plants and flowers were there, large and small ones which grow there, fragrant, very lovely and magnificent. But also I saw there the tree of wisdom, covered with large and sweet and delicious fruit, which teach great wisdom to those human beings who eat thereof. And the tree of wisdom resembleth the carob tree, and its fruit, like the grape, is very good. But the fragrance of the tree infatuateth and spreadeth far away, and therefore I said,
Quite lovely is this tree, and how lovely and delightful its view and fragrant its fruit.
And the flaming watcher, Raphael, answered and said to me,
See, Henok, this is the tree of wisdom, from which your ancestors already have eaten, so that they found recognition of wisdom, and they opened their eyes. The tree of this type, however, standeth only here and once on the earth, as it groweth nowhere else at another place. But it is also not a creature of earth, but a stranger here on this world, for it has been brought here from far away, from a distant world in the universe, and therefore been planted here by the sons and daughters of the heavens, to give wisdom unto the human beings, and to give life unto the human beings, and to give being unto the human beings. And the tree liveth in beauty and splendor, and beareth fruit for 700 years, after which it drieth up and dieth without fertile seeds, because it is one-gendered, and findeth no fertilization by its own kind, therefore it hath no offspring. Truly, therefore, anadis honoren ihi in, this is the tree of wisdom, and the tree of life in the garden of righteousness, the secret of which, however, mankind on earth does not know, but while they call it the tree of life in paradise. But the secret of the tree of wisdom is that its fruit concealeth a substance,
which expandeth the consciousness of man when he eateth thereof, so he attaineth to great understanding of wisdom, as it is like with various plants of the earth.
But this here is likewise the garden of righteousness, where Adam and his wife were procreated, and from which emanated all evil of mankind of earth due to the sons and daughters of the heavens, who got together with the earthly mankind and procreated with them malicious giants. Therefore, they were all driven away from this place.
From there we again went to other ends of the earth, which were places where large animals lived, each different from the other and wondrous. But there were also birds, which were manifold in their shape and in their beauty and voice, and also everyone was different from the other. And there were also birds with magnificent multicolored feathers, and they had curved beaks, as otherwise only vultures have this, which are the hawk and eagle and the owls and falcons. Yet forthwith we left these places, where also gigantic animals lived, which were often larger than the largest elephants, and which were quite as large as the whales in the ocean. But while these giant animals lived on land and in virgin forest in small numbers, and we went far towards the east into the depths of space, close to the ends of the worlds and constellations, where heaven doth not rest and constantly expandeth. And I saw how from the immeasurable expanse of the shining expansion the constellations of heaven come forth. And I counted the radiating doors from which the constellations and fires issue forth and rotate and become firm, so that one can walk on them after a very long time, when the heat embers have cooled. But also, Urgel wrote down for me all the exits of them, of every single one especially, exactly according to their numbers, their names and their connection, their position, their time, and their months and days, as he showed them to me. Urgel showed me everything, but he also wrote down everything for me, also all laws and commandments in the order, and also the orbits of the constellations and their life and their performances. From there we went towards the north in space and also to the end of the worlds, and there I saw a great and magnificent wonder at the ends of the universe. Here I saw 3 open doors of heaven in space which were like dark velvet, and from each door issue forth winds in the northern direction, which meaneth that the winds blow forth from the doors of heaven in the direction toward north, but while they escape toward the south. But these winds were great energies, like those by which all stars circle. But they also were of a different type, for they can be captured by the worlds and cause many events on them, like cold, hoar-frost, hail, snow, dew, rain, and storm, and changes in the feelings and thoughts of man, and also diverse other things. Yet from the doors only streameth and bloweth balanced energy. Therefore it is neither evil nor good, but in between. Yet if man absorbeth them within, he maketh it to good or evil. So within him is formed the measure of center or misery or vehemence, depending on the way how man useth the energies. These winds, however, are energies of life, so therefore cosmic life energy, which doth not contain good or evil, but is centered. But this energy is of great power and powerful toward the good, as also toward evil, depending upon how man useth it. From these doors of heaven we went towards the west, to other ends of the worlds, and forthwith I saw there 3 other doors of heaven, like those I saw in the north, and they also had the same exits. From there we went towards the south and other ends of the worlds in the universe, and there again I saw 3 open doors of heaven. Thereupon we went towards the east to the ends of the worlds, and here also were 3 open doors of heaven, from which blew forth the winds like the winds from the doors of the north and of the west and of the south. Thus the wind powers of these doors of heaven storm from all sides through the space of the universe. Equally, all life in all directions is affected by them without difference. And as I saw everything, I praised creation, and always anew I praised the glory of creation, which hath made all the great and exalted and magnificent wonders. And I praised the glory of creation about its greatness and the greatness of its work, to show the flaming watchers and also mankind, so that they also shall praise the greatness and the works of creation. But also I praised creation so that all forms of life, as creatures of creation, see the works of its power, and also that they all praise and honor the great works of creation into all eternity. This therefore was a vision I had, and forthwith another vision of wisdom followed. And verily I faithfully report what I had seen also in this visions, as I say this, I, Henok, the son of Jared. And this is the beginning of the speech of wisdom of this vision, which I began to speak and to tell to those who live on earth and are mankind of earth, and thus sons and daughters of the heavens. Hear, you old ones, and hear, you descendants, the holy speeches which I will speak in truth before creation. It is the right of the old ones to tell them everything first, yet also from the descendants shall not be withheld the beginning of wisdom. And verily, up to today, has never been imparted so much wisdom to a human being through the flaming watchers of the Arahat Athersata and through the Patah Li than I have received after my insight, according to the pleasure of creation, from which hath been imparted unto me the lot of eternal life. And there were given to me in a newly visioned 3 picture speeches, which I began to tell to those who inhabit the solid of the earth. But the first picture speech was this: when the community of the righteous will appear in unity, and when the unrighteous will find their end for their unrighteousness and offenses, and will be driven from the face of the earth, that is the secret of time alone. But it is also a secret of time when the new age will be, at which the righteous one will appear before the eyes of the chosen ones, whose works will be weighed, and will appear as light to all those righteous and chosen ones who will live on the earth. But where will be the dwelling place of the unrighteous in the stay of those who have denied all the glory of creation? For quite mighty the truth will begin to undulate, therefore the unrighteous will suffer and lose their life. Truly, it were better for the unrighteous to have never been born, for their torment will be great. And when the secrets of the righteous one will be revealed, there will first be ridicule and foolishness and offense and denial and disgrace, yet forthwith the unrighteous will be judged by their own judgments, so that they suffer and die like flies after their hatching. And therefore the unrighteous drive themselves from the face of the righteous and chosen ones, who change themselves to righteous and chosen ones in determination and understanding. Therefore horror and terror will befall the unrighteous, and from now on they will not be mighty and exalted any more, neither those who own the earth. But the unrighteous will not be able any more to see the countenance of the wise and righteous one and the truly greatest one. Who is the wise and the righteous one of all wise and righteous ones, and their highest one also? The light of creation hath appeared to the countenance of the wise and righteous and highest one, and therefore only the righteous and chosen ones will see his countenance. But at that time of the righteous one, mighty kings and national leaders will perish, and also discord in great measure will be on earth. And there will be war quite severe and evil, and annihilation and destruction will be on earth. But forthwith the destinies will be taken over by the hands of the righteous and wise ones, and from then on no unrighteous and guilty one will be able to implore for mercy before justice any more, for their life will be arranged into the laws and commandments of creation, and also into its sevenfold order. But thus will also happen in those days, when chosen and wise human beings will fly down from the high heavens and reveal themselves to mankind of earth in mysterious signs and appearances. But it also will be that a long time thereafter the mysterious is solved, and again other sons and daughters from heaven come, and their seed will unite with the seed of mankind of earth. Truly, this picture speech was given to me, Henok, and in those days of my visions, I also received books of fervor and anger, and books of urgency and of expelling and driving away, in which was written nothing about mercy for the unrighteous, to whom without change toward righteousness, justice will not be imparted. But this also happened at the same time, when a cloud and a storm caught me up from the earth, and brought me to the ends of the heavens. And here I had another vision, in which I saw the dwelling places of the righteous and the encampment of the wise ones. Here my eyes saw their dwelling places and encampments with the flaming watchers, who begged and prayed for mankind. And from all of them righteousness flowed out like water, and also mercy like clay on the earth, and so also from eternity unto eternity. And therefore my eyes saw this place of the righteous and of justice and of loyalty and of wisdom. And I saw how righteousness ruled at the place, and the multitude of the righteous and chosen ones was uncountable, who were adorned with fire splendor. And I saw how their mouth is full of praise, and how their lips praise the glory of creation, and as their righteousness doth not cease. Here I wished to live, and my thinking and striving longed for this place, and also for a dwelling place there. And I recognized the truth and was sad. For here it previously had already been my portion to be and to live in love and wisdom, and yet due to my duty my portion has retreated from here, to live among mankind of earth, tormented by an imperfect body of coarseness. And my portion wanted to remain at this place, yet I remembered and parted in torment. And in those days I also praised and exalted the name of creation with blessings and praises, because it hath allotted to me even blessings and glory according to its pleasure. My eyes long contemplated the place, and forever I praised creation while I said, Praise be unto thee, the exalted, and be it praised from the beginning into all eternity. Before it is no ceasing, and it knoweth what it is. Before a world is created, and it knoweth the generations of generations who will be. O creation, those who do not sleep praise thee. Creation, before thy glory stand the righteous in praise, glorify and exalt thee, while they speak. Holy, holy, holy art thou, which fillest the forms of life with forms of spirit, so that all life liveth and becometh being. And at this place my eyes saw all those who do not sleep. I also saw them, how they stand before creation, and praise it, and speak, Be thou praised, creation, and praised be thy name from eternity unto eternity. And I detached myself from this view in great torment, and forthwith my countenance was changed until I could see no more. But when I saw again, I recognized uncountable and incalculable many, who stand before the glory of creation. I saw, and at the four sides of the glory of creation I noticed 4 faces, but which were different from those who stood there. And their names I learned from a flaming watcher, who came to me and who revealed their names to me, and also showed me all hidden things. And I heard the voices of those 4 faces, how they sang praises before the glory of creation. And the first voice praised the glory of creation from eternity unto eternity. And I heard the other voice praise the just and wise, one of all just and wise ones, and also all just and chosen ones who are weighed by the glory of creation. And the third voice I heard pray for all those who live on the earth and truthfully seek and live in the name of the glory of creation. And I heard the fourth voice, how it warded off all energies of the adversaries, and did not allow them to step before the glory of creation, to slander those who are righteous ones on earth and live without offense. Thereafter, I asked the watcher of peace, who went with me and showed me everything which is hidden, and spoke to him, Who are these 4 faces, who I have seen and whose voices I have heard and written down? And he spoke to me.
This first one is the merciful and long-suffering, the holy Michael. And the second one is he who is set over all diseases and over all wounds of mankind, the holy Rubael. And the third one is he who is set over all energies, the holy Gabriel. And the fourth one is he who is set over all changes and all hopes of those who inherit eternal life, the holy Phanuel. They are the 4 watchers of the highest power of Pa-Tah-Li, and they also reside at the doors of creation, and are mightier in their power and wisdom than all watchers of the Arhat Athirsata, as they are likewise Michael, Raphael, Raguel, Gabriel, Sarakel, Kerubel, and Urgel.
I, Henok, truly testify. These are the 4 highest watchers of the flaming rays, and the 4 voices I have heard in those days. And thereafter I saw all the secrets of the heavens, and also how the kingdom of glory is distributed. But I also saw how all actions of mankind are weighed on the scale of justice. There I saw the dwelling places of the righteous and chosen ones, and also the dwelling places of the wise ones, and the dwelling places of the watchers of the flaming fire and the flaming rays. And there my eyes saw how all the unrighteous were driven away from there, who denied the name of the glory of creation. I saw how they were dragged away, and how there is no staying for them, because of the punishment they have placed upon themselves, and have not yet atoned for. And also at another place, I saw the secrets of the lightning and the thunder, and also the secrets of the winds and rays and energies, how they are distributed to blow over the earth, and to rotate stars, and to bring the changes of the seasons. And I saw from where the waters emerge at their place, and how from there the dry dust of the earth is saturated. And there I also saw closed containers, from where the winds and all energies and rays emerge, and from which they are distributed. And I saw the container of the hail and that of the snow, and I also saw the container of sunlight, the warmth, the cold and the dew, and of the rain, and of fog, and of clouds. And I saw all containers, which are for all things, and I also saw an invisible cloud which floateth over the earth since prior to eternity, and which consisteth of the tiny forms of spirits of creation, and which by and by enliven the forms of all life. I also saw the containers of the sun and the moon, from which they emerge and whereto they return, and their magnificent return, and how one has superiority over the other, and their firmly determined course. And I also saw how they never exceed their course, add nothing to their course, and not eliminate anything thereof, and remain loyal among each other, and stay within the oath, as it is given from the very beginning. And first the sun goeth forth, and completeth its pathway according to the order of creation, the glory and name of which is mighty from eternity to eternity. And thereafter cometh the visible and the invisible pathway of the moon, as it travelleth the course of its pathway at that place by day and night. And I also saw that the one star gazed at the other, so they stand opposite of each other on two sides of the earth. And the stars also praise and thank the glory of creation, and they do not rest, for their thanking and praising is rest unto them. But the radiating sun maketh many turns for blessings and for misery, and also the moon is light to the righteous ones, and darkness to the unrighteous. And thus all this happeneth in the name of creation, which created a separation between light and darkness, and between blessings and misery, depending on how man is divided within himself, whether he is an unrighteous or righteous one. And no watcher can hinder a human being in his division of good or evil, and also no other power can hinder in this, for man himself is his own advocate in all things, but he is also his own judge and beadle, and also the executor of his own punishment. Wisdom found no place where it should reside, wherefore was given to it a dwelling place in the heavens of the invisible around the worlds in space. And so wisdom cometh from there, to reside among mankind, if man maketh it his own. But wisdom was first on the earth to reside among mankind, yet it found no dwelling place therefore. Wisdom returned to its place, which since then hath been given to it in the heavens of the invisible. But unrighteousness came forth from its containers, which did not seek freedom by itself, but which was broken into its containers by mankind. And unrighteousness found a dwelling place among mankind on earth, therefore it lived among them and in them, like the rain in the desert, and like dew on thirsty land. Therefore unrighteousness found a residence in man, who thirsteth for unrighteousness in wrong life conduct, because he shunneth the effort of righteousness, and ogleth with laziness. And again I saw lightnings in the stars of the heavens, and I heard how creation called all singly by name, and that they heard creation. I also saw how they were weighed with a just scale according to their measures of light, according to the span of their space, and according to the time of their appearance and their course. And I saw how one lightning created another. And I saw the course of all things, and I also saw all watchers of the flaming fire and of the flaming rays, how they keep loyalty among each other, like all constellations. And I asked the watcher who went with me and showed me everything which was hidden, "What is all this?" But he said unto me,
Well then, a picture of everything has been shown unto you by the power of Spirit, but what you have seen is the wisdom of all things. Bring this wisdom to mankind and among all their names, and among all righteous ones which live on earth, and who know about the name of the glory of creation unto all eternity.
And I saw many other things. Thus also lightnings, which originate from great power from stars, and rush into space and disappear, so that nothing remaineth of them. also not the stars from which they emerge. But I also saw the stars rush through space with long tails of dust and rocks, and which glowed when they came into proximity of other stars. Therefore this was the first picture speech which I, Henok, have received. And this is now the second picture speech which was given to me, and which depicteth about those who deny the name of the dwelling place of the flaming watchers and the highest wise ones and the glory of creation. Verily, the unrighteous and deniers and slanderers of truth will not rise up into the heavens, and they will not be able to live in peace and love and well-being on earth. This is the lot of the unrighteous, who slander and deny the name of the glory of creation, wherefore they keep themselves, so that their days of existence are filled with evil suffering and with misery and distress. But the day will come, when the unrighteous will stand before the throne of justice, where a sorting will be held among mankind, depending upon actions and places and numbers. But this will be the time during which the spirit of the righteous will be strong within them. When they experience true justice, all those who have kept the name of the glory of creation in purity and reverence. And in those days, through the counsel of all flaming watchers and according to the will of creation, the chosen one of all the chosen, and the wisest one of all the wise will come among mankind and dwell among them. Then, however, the heavens will be transformed, and everything will be made to eternal blessing and to light. And the highest one of all the highest will change the earth, and will make it a blessing, and also let all chosen ones live on it. But the unrighteous, who have committed crimes and have not changed, they will never again step on the earth, for only those will live, who are saturated with peace, and are just, while all unrighteous ones will be consumed from the surface of the earth, like annoying, noxious insects, which annihilate themselves in reciprocity. But in my vision I saw one, who had a head of days, and his head was also as white as wool. But with him was another, whose countenance was like the appearance of a human being, yet his face radiated in grace like a holy watcher of the Patali. Therefore I asked the watcher who went with me and who showed me all hidden things, who he is, and where from this Son of Man is, and why he walketh about with the Ancient of Days. I asked the watcher. But he answered and spoke to me.
Henok, why do you ask me, for you know quite well who this questioned Son of Man is, yet who is not a son of man of earth? You know that he walketh with the Ancient of Days, because he is the wisest of all wise ones, and therefore older than the oldest ones. You know very well, this is the Son of Man, who is not a son of man of earth, for he is son of man of another world, and only inhabits a mortal body of this earth world. You also know, this is the Son of Man, who liveth as a stranger among mankind, and who hath righteousness. And you also know this is the Son of Man, in whom justice resideth, and who revealeth all treasures of the hidden, because it is so determined by the counsel of the wise holy watchers. And you also know, because his lot hath exceeded everything in righteousness, before the holy counsel of all wise watchers of the highest in eternity. And this Son of Man, who you have seen and whom you know very well in yourself, will stir up the kings and mighty and the tyrants from their couches and thrones, as also the sectarians and idolaters and God-servants and all unrighteous ones of other types. He will loose the bridles of the tyrants and will grind the teeth of the unrighteous. He will cast down the kings from their thrones and expel them from their illegal nations, because they live not according to the laws and commandments of creation, and do not exalt and praise creation, neither gratefully acknowledge, so that they cannot conduct their justly or unjustly imparted or stolen office. And the Son of Man with the Ancient of Days will equally expel the countenance of the tyrants and the unrighteous from his face, if they do not listen to his words of truth and the teaching of truth, and changed to righteousness. And blushing shame will fill the tyrants, as also all the unrighteous among mankind of earth, for his teaching of truth will be powerful, so that because of it they will be expelled. Darkness will become their dwelling place, and worms their couches, and they will also have no hope any more to ever rise up from their couches, because they do not exalt and esteem the name of creation. But among them, among these unrighteous and losers, will also be those losers who are scholars, who master the stars and yet raise their hands against creation, and trample down the earth on which they yet live. Verily, all their actions are unrighteousness and reveal unrighteousness. And their power resteth on their wealth, and their belief is belief and concerneth gods and idols, which they worship in dishonesty, and which they have elected or made with their hands, while they deny the name of creation. But verily, they will be driven from their homes, and from the places of righteousness, of the knowledgeable ones of creation truth, who are weighed in the name of creation and its glory. And in those days, the truthful prayer of the righteous and knowing will rise up to creation and penetrateth it and will be heard, while the blabber begging of the believers of all sects and religions and unrighteous fadeth away, unheard in senseless efforts. In those days, the holy watchers of the invisible heavens will be united in one voice and pray, and praise and honor and thank the name of creation, that the praying of the righteous shall not be in vain, and that justice shall be bestowed upon them.
And in those days I saw that the Son of Man with the Ancient of Days sat down at the feet of creation, and watched how creation spread its entire glory. And I saw how the wise of all wise ones with the Ancient of Days had opened the book of life before him, and how an entire army of all wise ones and holy watchers read in the book of the living. And I saw, and the hearts of the wise ones filled with joy, when they saw that the number of righteous ones was of a great number. And in the vision I saw at a place a fountain of justice which was inexhaustible. It was surrounded by many fountains of wisdom, and all thirsty ones drank from the fountain and became full of wisdom. And the thirsty ones had their dwelling places with the righteous and wise ones, and with the holy and chosen ones. And at every hour was mentioned that Son of Man with the Ancient of Days, that he had brought the teaching of truth, and through it the glories of creation, and that, therefore, creation shall be praised all days unto eternity, and the Son of Man with the Ancient of Days shall be honored in respect and reverence. And before the sun of earth and all signs of the planets of this sun were created and made, the name of the Son of Man with the Ancient of Days was named on the world of Lasan, and among the radiant ones of Ptah-li, and the flaming watchers of the Arahat Athersata. But that Son of Man will be staff unto the righteous and wise and holy ones, and the flaming watchers of the invisible heavens. And they all will lean upon it and not fall. And he will be the light of the nations, and the hope of those who are grieved in their thinking. And all righteous and wise and holy ones, who live on earth and in the invisible heavens, will esteem and honor and respect him, and they will also extol and praise the name and the glory of creation in great measure. And the Son of Man with the head of days was selected as wise of all wise ones, but he was also hidden in an invisible heaven before the earth was created. But into the invisible heaven he will return unto eternity, if he no longer walketh as Son of Man and his spirit form again. And the wisdom of creation has revealed him through the decree of the holy ones, so that he guards the lot of the righteous, because they disdain the world of injustice and all the evil ways and works. In the name of creation they will be saved, and the wise one, the Son of Man with the head of days, will be the avenger against injustice and wrong living. And in those days the gazes of the kings of earth are often cast down, and also all the tyrants and all other unrighteous ones, who own the planet and wealth for the sake of their hands and power. But on the day of their anxiety and misery, they will find no comfort and no deliverance. They will fall into the hands of their own anxiety and fear, and also will be handed over to their own helplessness and the impossibility of a way out. And therefore they will burn like straw in the fire, and they will sink into the abyss of darkness like lead in dark water. And they will sink before the face of the righteous and before the face of the holy and wise ones, and no trace of them will be found. And after the day of their misery, peace and love and truth and wisdom will be on earth. And the unrighteous will fall into the infinity of nothingness before the glory of creation. Without return, therefore, they will not rise again and not be born again. And there will be nobody who would take them into his hands and pick them up, for they have denied the glory in creation, and also the wise of all wise ones, the Son of Man with the white head of days. Praise be unto creation, and praised be its name. Praise be unto the glory of creation. Praise be unto the love of creation. And praise be unto the wisdom and justice of creation, which shall be honored and revered and celebrated in song. And the Son of Man with the head of days will himself not topple the mighty ones, and kings and tyrants, and the unrighteous of the earth. For they will all be toppled by the power of his words of truth, which are the teaching of truth, and the laws and commandments of creation. Therefore it is said that he will topple the mighty ones, and kings, and tyrants, and unrighteous. I asked the flaming watcher who went with me, who the other one is, the one with the countenance full of grace, and like one of the radiating watchers of the Pa-ta-li, who went about in harmony with the one who had the head of days. And therefore he answered me and spoke,
Why do you ask me, Henok, about the wise of all wise ones? You know very well that the gracious and flaming one is the same as the one with the head of days before he changed back into human form, so that he may live as wise of all wise ones among men and instruct them in the truth. Verily, however, the gracious, the highest of all highest ones in the WE of the Arahat Athasada is therefore mediator between the world of Arahat Athasada and Patah-li. But he changed himself back to the form of the Son of Man with the head of days to enter upon the world, Lasan, among human beings, to go out from there as highest of all highest instructors of wisdom and of the laws and commandments of creation. Truly, torment is the long way of his, and also misery and suffering in the human body, which is being harmed and which lieth far below his spirit level, so that he suffereth in great measure. But he doth not regard it, for imperturbably he goeth his way, and also doth his duty until he hath fulfilled his mission, which lasteth throughout 7 times 70,000 years. As wisdom he has gone forth from his world of love, of peace, and near perfection, to instruct the imperfect ones for which suffering and thanklessness are his wages. But he is also wisdom and patience, for the spirit of wisdom is poured out over him like water, and the glory doth not cease before him from eternity unto eternity. But he loveth the human beings and practiseth justice, for he is mighty over all secrets of justice. And unrighteousness will vanish like a shadow and exist no more, because he is resurrected from the forms of pure spirit to live as Son of Man among men, to instruct them in truth and wisdom if they are willing. His justice is from eternity unto eternity, and his power from generation unto generation. In him resideth the spirit of wisdom and the spirit of those who give insight, and in him also resideth the spirit of teaching and of power, and also the power of spirit of all those who as human beings have died and reside in the invisible heavens. And he will judge the hidden things, and no one will be able to conduct a vain speech before him, for he knoweth the secrets. Wherefore he is chosen by the counsel of the wise ones, as their highest. And in those days a change for the righteous ones will occur. The light of days will reside over them, and joy and love and honor will turn towards the righteous ones. And on the day of misery, the disaster will gather over the unrighteous ones. But the righteous ones will triumph in the name of creation. And everything will happen. It will be proclaimed according to the laws and commandments of creation, that many of the unrighteous shall still atone, and leave off the evil works of their hands. But the unrighteous, who do not change to truth, will have no honor before creation. But in its name all will be delivered, who will strive for the truth. But in those days, the wise of the wise ones will sit on his modest throne, and all the secrets of wisdom of his thoughts will stream forth from his mouth, for by the laws and commandments of creation they are given unto him. And in those days the mountains will jump like rams, and the hills hop like lambs which is satisfied with milk. For the earth will shake round about, and fire will break forth from it. But the human beings will call for peace, mighty like a great storm which rages over the lands. But the countenance of the righteous will glow in joy, because in those days the wise of wise ones with the head of days tarrieth among them and giveth them comfort. And the earth will be joyful, for thereafter in the coming times only righteous ones will live and walk on the earth. But the time until then will still be long, yet it also fulfilleth itself, like the light of day fulfilleth itself, which removeth the darkness of night.
And after those days, at that place, where I had seen all the visions about what is hidden, very much will come to pass. I, namely, was picked up by a whirlwind, and it led me away toward the west. There my eyes saw the hidden things of the heavens and everything which will occur on earth. I also saw a mountain of iron, a mountain of copper, one of silver and one of gold, a mountain of mercury, one of lead and also one of the oil of earth. And I asked the watcher, who went with me, while I said, Which are the secrets of the things which I have seen hidden? And he said to me,
All these things which you have seen serve the justice of creation and the justice of the wise ones with the head of days. Everything serveth for the purpose that creation shall be powerful and mighty on the earth.
And therefore the watcher of peace who went with me answered me, while he said,
Wait a little, then you will see, and it will be revealed unto you everything which is hidden, and also what creation hath planted. And those mountains which you have seen, the mountain of iron and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver and the one of gold, and the mountain of mercury and the one of lead and the one of oil of the earth also, all these will be before the wise one with the head of days, like honey before the fire, and also like the water, which streameth down from above over those mountains. And all will become weak before his feet, and also empty, and will be plundered by the offending hand of man. Mankind will senselessly plunder all treasures of their earth, as the ores of copper and iron and lead, the ores of silver and gold, and of the mercury which is like liquid silver. But they also plunder the oceans of oil which are in the earth, and also all precious stones, and also the minerals of life. And they will make war tools thereof, and diverse good and evil, and also therewith they will annihilate the greatest parts of all life. By human hands they will manufacture death sons from the ores and from the minerals of life. And the oil of the earth they change into life power for metallic monsters, which move on land and on water and in the air. And from this dangerous life power, new air is generated which concealeth many deaths, and killeth the life of human beings, of animals, and of plants. But in those days it will be that one cannot save oneself, neither with gold nor with silver, neither with lead, iron, or copper, and also not with precious stones or with minerals of life, as also not with the oil of the earth. One will not be able to save oneself or to flee. And forthwith no iron will be available any more for war, nor for the hull of a tank. But also copper and silver and gold will not be available any more, and also not precious stones and the minerals of life, but equally not the oil of the earth, mercury, and much of other treasures of the earth. Ore will not be useful, and tin will not be useful and not be mined, and lead will not be desired. All these things will disappear from and be destroyed on the surface of the earth, when the wise one with the head of days appeareth with the same countenance in the new age, which he hath worn often heretofore, in fulfillment of his creative duty. But he will be often with the same countenance, every time he honorably fulfilleth his duty in the name of creation, and who will enter into the remembrance of mankind of earth forever.
And at another place my eyes saw a deep valley, the mouth of which was towards the west. And the valley, like a horseshoe, and on the top of the mountain towards the east, was the dwelling place and the throne of the wise one with the head of days. And there, never tiring, he cultivated the land and everything necessary, and there he lived and worked. He taught all the righteous and hoping and seeking ones. And I saw all who live on the continent, and in the ocean, and on the islands, and in all the winds around the earth, who bring him homage gifts and homage presents to honor him in respect, yet without worship and without adoration. Quite many will come to him, but that deep valley will not be filled by them, because many do not understand the truth, and again flee from it when they have found it. But many are also misled in manifold manner, who come to him to the mountain in the valley, to harm him or to cause injury, yet they shall not succeed therein. But he loveth them in strictness. Hence he imparteth counsel and thanks to them. But while they must withdraw from the valley and the place, so that they shall make themselves to righteous ones, as this is given through the laws and commandments of creation. And he knoweth quite well about the crimes which they commit with their hands, those the unrighteous ones. And he knoweth about everything they work, and what they devour in criminal manner, the unrighteous ones, so that they perish before the countenance of the glory of creation, so that as unrighteous ones they are chased from the surface of the earth, because they do not cease to live against the laws and commandments of creation. Truly, I have seen the punishments they have specifically generated for themselves, and how they went to prepare all the tools of evil. And I asked the watcher who went with me, those tools, for whom do they prepare them? And he said to me,
They prepare these for themselves and for the kings and mighty ones and tyrants of the earth, so that they will annihilate themselves therewith. And they also determine the downfall and all delusion of going astray for themselves. And thus, this event will happen, and thereafter the wise one with the head of days will let the house of the righteousness assembly appear, so that from now on the teaching and the spreading of the truth on earth, in the name of creation, shall not be hindered any more. And he will write down the word of truth, formed in symbols of language, so that henceforth the truth shall be imperishable in the knowledge of the human beings, and that the truth of creation shall not be falsified into lying and betrayal. And the mountains in the valley will be round about before his countenance like the earth, and the hills will be like a spring of water, and the righteous ones will find rest there from the suppression of the unrighteous, if they truthfully live according to creation.
And I gazed up and saw on a high metallic pole the sign flutter in the wind, which spoke of the origin of man of earth through the sons and daughters of the heavens. And I also saw that the sign fluttered round about the earth, and testified of the truth which had come, and of the wise one with the head of days. And again I gazed up and turned to another area of earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And the people of earth brought the mighty ones, and the kings, and tyrants, and the unrighteous ones, and laid them into the deep valley. And there my eyes saw how they made tools for them, which were chains of immeasurable weight. And I asked the watcher of peace, who was with me, while I said, These tools which are chains, for whom are they prepared? And he said to me,
These are being prepared for the bands of Azazel, to capture and to chain them and to place them into the deepest darkness of the self-damned, and to cover them with rough stones up to their chin bones, if by the end of the days they have not fulfilled their self-appointed duty. Therefore, it will be that they will go to their self-chosen damnation if, against all their assertions, they again trespass against their duty and do not fulfill their task. But the time will be short for them until then, so that they can only fulfill their duty with effort. But their time runneth out at the hour, when the time of the water-bearer endeth, and the next sign beginneth, which will be degenerated in false fervor and in obsessed, blind raging, if the duty bound of Azazel and Semjasa fail. And they themselves have determined their damnation, should they not fulfill their duty by the end of the time of the water-bearer. And often the bands of Azazel will work in commonality on the earth, and this will also be so in the new age, which beginneth when the time and the sign of the water-bearer dawneth. But therefore, this will be the time for Azazel's bands and also for the bands of Semjasa, that their forms of spirit are born again into human bodies to fulfill their great task of atonement. But woe unto the fallible of these bands at that time, because for all their mistakes they have to endure hard punishment and hard rebuke. All kinds of evil will also be theirs, measured according to how they fulfill their duty. This will be the time of their greatest proof, and this will also be the time of truth for them. But woe to those among them who betray the truth or their duty and task, for at that time their self-determined inheritance beginneth to become active. Therefore, they place upon themselves punishment for shunning of duty and task betrayal, so that they will have to atone sevenfold in punishment for every debt, and also threefold for every repeated failure. But the bands of Azazel and of Semjasa have placed upon themselves as inheritance that in the case of non-fulfillment of their duty and task by the end of the time of the water-bearer, their spirit forms will be eternally placed into damnation. Therefore, will be among them weeping and gnashing of teeth if they commit a break of their duty, because they have determined for their spirit forms to be banned into the lowest worlds without progress unto the end of all days, without a possibility of return existing or of lifting, and also that the consciousness shall be active in full force. Therefore, the fallible and guilty of the bands of Azazel and Semjasa create for themselves the lowest hell if they fail in and break their duty and task. But the flaming watchers, Amical, Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel will grab the traitors on that great day and cast them into the fiery oven of their self-created hell, from which they will never be able to free themselves in eternity and evil torment, to then, at the end of all days, painfully burn in the backward crash to a new beginning of creation. Therefore, the fallible and guilty of the bands of Azazel and Semjasa will avenge themselves for their unrighteousness, and for their failure, and for their breaking of duty. So they will punish themselves through their inheritance determination for their falling away from their task and duty, therefore that they became subject to unrighteousness and all evil, and misled those who were born on the earth and lived there. And in those days, their self-determined judgment over their spirit forms will begin, so that they exclude themselves from the bond of creation and are alone in their long and tormenting destruction. And self-appointed punishment will be for those who become guilty or fallible repeatedly of betrayal among the bands of Azazel and of Semjasa. But considered a break of duty is everything which is of unclean speech, secret or open false speaking against the neighbor, to show non-love toward the neighbor, to harm the neighbor, refuse instruction, to be uncontrolled toward self, and toward everything which transgresses against the laws and commandments of creation.
So the flaming watcher spoke unto me, and I was frightened, because I saw that the punishment of the inheritance determination of the bands of Azazel and Semjasa were quite terrible. So I saw the horror and terror, and also the bands of Azazel and Semjasa, who were the kings and mighty ones, who were laid into the deep valley and beaten into chains. But they were not kings and mighty and reigning over nations and generations of men, because only their appearance was royal and mighty, because they felt themselves as kings and mighty ones, while in their speculating and striving and thinking and acting they were lower than mankind of earth, to whom they should be ideal models. Therefore, in coming times, such a terror and such horror will be for the bands of Azazel and of Semjasa, if again they shirk their duty, while they, however, should be the highest leadership of all upper levels. And I, Henok, wish for them that they remain loyal to their duty and also fulfill it, that they may be spared their self-selected inheritance punishment of terribleness due to betrayal. But of them are many in total number, as I have seen, and who belong to the bands of Azazel and of Semjasa, therefore in total are 144,207. Semjasa and Azazel and their bands were 200 in number, when they trespassed against the laws and commandments, and also brought all evil to the earth and among mankind. But also 7 are added to them in the same betrayal, of the ranks of the highest leaders of the YHWH, and so they were all among themselves of the same kin, altogether therefore 207. Among themselves they were brother and sister and father and mother, but also niece and uncle and sister-in-law and brother-in-law, and therefore connected in all lines of kinship. But they were the leaders, no matter if they were man or woman, and thus at the beginning of the time of injustice, they were the ringleaders. But with them went great masses of their people, to whom they were the overseers and leaders and superiors, and of them were in total 144,000. But all among them have chosen themselves for duty, that through just leadership and instruction of mankind of earth they atone for their own guilt and all evil and the evil offense which they created themselves, due to their degeneration and breaking of the law. Therefore, they are chosen ones of their own duty, resulting from self-committed offense and evil, which they have made themselves duty-bound to remove, while they also have determined for themselves the most evil and eternal punishment, if they should again be rebellious and failing. But their great activity beginneth only in the distant coming time, while during the time in between until then, everything will be prepared. And the total number which has to be found in the distant time, for their own fulfillment of duty altogether, therefore, have to be 144,207. And they have to become duty-fulfilling under a leadership, as I have seen in the green valley of the north, which is like a horseshoe and also looketh like paradise, at which place the wise one liveth with the head of days. But around him shall circle the spirit forms of the ancient ones in new human bodies, and who at their ancient times were the guilty, whose names were Arapan, one of the male leaders of the YHWH, Astrala, one of the female leaders of the YHWH, Basjal, one of the male leaders of the YHWH, Zikladon, one of the male leaders of the YHWH, Ziklaja, one of the female leaders of the YHWH, Nurfana, one of the female leaders of the YHWH, Nicodemon, one of the male leaders of the YHWH. And it happened, after I had seen this, that I saw a judgment in a vision, which will enter upon mankind of earth, as it hath occurred often already since times of old. Great waters will come over the earth, and all water containers which are high in the clouds, in addition to the springs which are on earth, and also those which are inside the earth, will be opened. And all waters will combine with the waters which are up in the clouds. But the waters which are up in the clouds are the male, and the waters which are down on earth are the female aspect. And all these waters will unite to a great flood, and much of life will be annihilated which liveth on the earth. Therefore, a crashing of the waters will occur through the power of nature and of the stars, so sinking in great measure will occur on the earth. But therefrom mankind may recognize the power of force of the elements and stars, and that these are mightier than all of the will of man, living in unrighteousness. Therefrom mankind may recognize their injustice, which they have committed on earth and will also commit in the future, so that they change and free themselves from their evils. And forthwith I saw the head of days thereafter, and heard his speech by which he spoke.
The flood of the waters is not a judgment, because it is only an occurrence of nature in its course. Man, therefore, may not arise at a sign of the YHWH, or at a sign of creation, or at a sign of the wise ones, or of the flaming watchers. Creation doeth not destroy the lives which live on earth in punishment. Also the YHWH doth not do so, neither the prophet nor the wise ones, and not the flaming watchers of higher worlds. Never ever existeth or riseth up any anger of destruction in creation, or in human beings of wisdom, or in forms of spirit. Man alone createth the anger of destruction through his wrong speculating and striving, as it happened through the bands of Azazel and Semjasa. From creation, no evil ever turneth towards man and towards life, and in its name such will never occur. Therefore, all evil originateth from man in his unrighteousness, as also every punishment, whether simply or due to succession by inheritance, as this is given through their own power to the bands of Azazel and of Semjasa. Verily between them and justice standeth the pledge of loyalty unto all eternity, as long as heaven is above the earth. And man may learn from the happening of the bands of Azazel and Semjasa, and they may also learn from their duty for the distant coming time during which they fulfill this, and not lapse into their own judgment due to their own anger. And all of mankind of earth shall take notice, the poor as well as the rich. Also take notice, you human beings, also you mighty kings, you who will live on the earth. Notice, all of you, for in the coming time it is imminent that you will see the head of days at different times, surrounded by the entire company of Azazel and of Semjasa, to whom he is leader and wise teacher, an admonisher and proclaimer of their duties and tasks, so that they do not break their word, but fulfill it unto eternity. And in another picture, it happened that I saw a band of chariots in which human beings traveled, but the chariots traveled on the wind and were carried by it. And one could hear the sounds of their chariots, loud and like continuous thunder, from sunrise and from sunset until noontime. And a wild tumult occurred in the air, and battles between the chariots, which were carried by the wind like the birds. But therefore the earth trembled from the uproar, and from great war cries, and one could hear the screams and the uproar from the ends of the earth to the ends of the heavens. And also red-hot death suns ignited on the earth, created by the wicked hands of mankind, and truly thereby the earth was moved from its position and forced into a new path around the sun.
Thus Henok taught mankind of earth, speaks the YHWH.
And also every one of his speeches was written down, so that they shall be preserved unto eternity. And the YHWH instructeth the human beings of earth, that what has been said is not the full extent of all speeches and visions of Henok, so that at other places in the word of truth more will be said about it. Now shall follow the word of the prophet of the new age, who revealeth his wisdom, so that the human beings of the earth shall be instructed in the knowledge of wisdom at the new age, taught by their prophet, and also taught in their language and according to their understanding. And the instruction of wisdom shall take place in Proverbs, and in the name of creation, so that it shall be obeyed eternally. So then shall be handed over the word to the prophet, who speaketh in instruction to the human beings of earth.